First text I saw in the inbox, Doug, said, we missed you. And I'm like,
Where's Tim? Oh, where's Tim?
We're going to do a show in honor of Tim. Doug, we'll do it in honor of Tim. Tim McKernan back tomorrow. It's TMA, the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Busy Monday on the show. Lot to get into, Doug. And when we have time, we'll get into it.
Okay.
We'll have time. We'll get into it. Actually, Chris Kerber is going to be in studio at 8:15. And on Friday, we discussed at length the Blues changes in the broadcast booth. John Kelly out after 2 decades as the TV voice of the Blues. Not a popular move based on, I guess, how do you gauge it entirely? But almost all of the comments have been largely negative. Chris Kerber is the director of broadcasting for the Blues, in addition to his play-by-play duty. So he's going to be in studio, and he said he'll answer any and all questions. So I'm looking forward to that. 8:15 for Kerb's Monday visit. A little different topic this week. And then Brad Thompson around 9:30, breaking down the Cardinals' first half. Doug, you're raring to go. You think they should print playoff tickets now?
Well, it might be a good idea. I'm just thinking I'm happy right now. The station in the studio has a roof over it, so there'll be no rain delays in the middle of the show. God, that was an ordeal yesterday. Holy
smokes. You know what? And I don't feel sorry for millionaire ball players, but think about everybody associated with that game. Even if you worked down there, concessions, usher, anybody, you probably had some plans. And then, yes, the multi-million-dollar players probably had jets waiting.
On both sides.
Yeah, to get out of town. And apparently, both teams said, hey, we can make this up. There's a couple of days coming up. We'll knock this out. They just wanted to get out of there. And apparently Major League Baseball said, no, let's try and get this in. So they were stuck. I heard Chip Carey say, well, the Giants and every game in Major League Baseball has been completed, including the Giants and Dodgers out west, and they played 11 innings. They had 4 hours of delays. I've said this before, after lengthy delays, anybody that was still there, and did you see the fan behind home plate who was just going nuts, yelling at the umpire, sitting in the green seats? I believe it was in the green seats. They kept cutting tight to him. And he was just cheering them on, high-fiving.
Still into it.
Find that guy and give him freaking season tickets.
Well, you get those green seats, you don't want to give them up.
I think that might have been part of it. But 4 hours and 4 minutes, I believe, of delays. And I would argue that both sides wanted to get out of there, but they managed to come back, get a win out of it. And if you do sit through that, that would have been a brutal way to go to the break.
I saw one shot where it looked like Brian Snitker of the Braves and Ollie of the Cardinals were talking with the umpires there while it was raining. And I just imagine the conversation with Snitker saying, listen, we're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere either. Can we just quit? We don't care. You can take the win. We just want to go home.
How about we coin flip it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't watch the game for 7 hours, you're not a diehard Cardinal fan.
Well, that's
fair.
True, probably.
That's fair. They had to stick it out. The boys had to stick it out. Again, you don't feel sorry for him, but I'm sure many had plans, had a flight. Let's get out of here. Some private flight. Let's get out of here. And it just went on and on and on. Ended at about 8 o'clock.
Almost exactly 8, yeah.
Because they started at 1 o'clock and it ended at 8 o'clock. So, Cards hit the All-Star break off till Friday. That's when they're in Arizona. 16 of the first 19 out of the break are going to be against the National League West. A lot of Padres. Some Dodgers, some Rockies, graciously, and then the Diamondbacks mixed in. So, that's the baseball for the week, Doug. All-Star game Tuesday night. They call it the Midsummer Classic.
It used to be my favorite TV show of the whole summer. I mean, I would never miss an All-Star game. And now I don't really feel that way. I know there are a lot of people upset that this Brewer rookie got in. He's made 5 appearances. And
that is kind of a joke, is it not?
It is a joke. And the Phillies players were quoted as saying it's a joke and it's turned into just a TV show. What's the shiny new object instead of who deserves it, who's had the best year. Yeah, it's really not fair to a lot of people.
And the Phillies are mad because there are a couple of pitchers they thought should have gotten in, and I think Castellanos, he always seems to be a good soundbite. He's always a little banty himself at times. Trey Turner called it a joke. It's effing terrible. I mean, it's terrible, dude. He duded him. It's turning into the Savannah Bananas. That's what Nick Castellanos said.
Yeah.
And the poor kid, he's probably excited to get invited, and then he finds out everybody's nuking him. But I think one of my biggest questions, Doug, is why can't the commissioner of Major League Baseball pronounce the St. Louis Cardinals. Jackson, do we have audio? This is the commissioner. So the baseball draft now takes place over the All-Star weekend. First round last night, Cardinals picking 5th. And for some reason, to me, Doug, this bothered me more than anything.
Okay, let's hear it.
With the 5th pick of the 2025 MLB draft, the St. Louis Cardinals select Liam Doyle.
Is the D missing? Is that? I don't know what accent that is. I know he's a New York guy, right? Cardinals.
Yeah,
With the
that's
5th pick of the
Cardinals.
2025 MLB draft, the St. Louis Cardinals select
The Cardinals.
I knew a guy from Buffalo, and he had that same kind of accent. Cars. Cardinals. I don't know. Maybe that's upstate New York.
You're welcome to get in the show on the text line, Doug. That's the Air Comfort text line, 399-9646. 314-399-9646. The phone lines, they're always wide open. We do kind of a assessment of where the cards are. We'll do that for the next 5 days. We'll assess them at the break. Calgary and Thompson phone lines, 974-0101. 314-974-0101. You've got the Schaefer Door podcast. We have the studio cams. We're up on YouTube as well, the TMA page, the 101 YouTube page, the Air Alliance team studio cameras. We're here till 11, and looking forward to breaking it all down. Doug, the hottest team in baseball might be the Milwaukee Brewers. How do they do it? They've won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
They're 16 games over.
Red Sox have won 10 in a row.
Well, the Red Sox, yeah. I'm sorry. I should have said the International League.
Sure,
yes.
I would have given you that.
Brew Crew somehow. God, you just look at him, and I think that Peralta's been good. The Miz gave him a little spark. The Cardinals had the Fedde bump on Saturday, and
With the Brewers, it's pitching. They're tied with the Padres for giving up the fewest runs in the National League. So it's not always that day-to-day lineup that kills you.
Their lineup does not wow you. Churio's a rising star, but the lineup doesn't wow you. But the pitching, for 16 games over. Remember, they started 0-6, I want to say. Remember, they got didn't they lose like 22-5 to the Yankees, something like that? Yeah. Cardinals high water mark, they were 9 over. 2 weeks ago, we were sitting there after the sweep in Cleveland. They were 9 games over before that Pittsburgh series set them back just a bit. So they're exactly, I believe, a game ahead of last year's pace.
Oh, that's nice.
So they're right there, Doug.
Well, they easily could have won Friday and Saturday night. Could have won both of those. And then you have a 5-1 homestand, and you're feeling pretty good about things. But they let both those games get away. And when you only break even against the Nationals and the Braves, that's not good enough. It's not what they had hoped for, and certainly not going to help them much.
You do look at that Braves lineup. I wonder why they're not better. I know they've had a ton of injuries, pitching injuries, but that's a pretty good lineup. And the Cards lose the series. So what's the series? We have our counter. We like to keep track of the real.
It doesn't matter.
The real season record is based on series wins. The Cardinals are 16, 13, and 2.
I worked up some numbers before we went on to try to get a Vaughn index. And based on the win yesterday, they're now right at about a -6.5. It's just about where they are. Okay. I'd say minus, to round it off, the Vaughn Index has the Cardinals at -6.5.
So is that games back in the division?
Sometimes it works out that way. When you just look at the standings on a website or something, you're just seeing who won, who lost, how many runs we scored. The Vaughn Index takes in control how they rank with other teams as well. We take in, the entire, it's a holistic approach as much as anything. And it lets you know how they're doing in relation with the other teams. And right now, that's a -6.5.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because in the division standings, they are 6.5 back.
Oh, is that right?
You probably haven't had a chance to check the actual standings since you were doing your own math over there.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, separate from the Cardinals, I have what I would call like a next door complaint. Have you ever seen online? There's the next door community.
Yes, I have.
And they like to chime in, and it's probably more negative even than our text line. Nobody ever says, "Hey, I just got a great deal on peaches." Everybody writes in, "This neighbor of mine, this place ripped me off. They didn't give me proper change. Don't solicit this business." So this kind of falls into the next door complaint.
Okay.
Can we stop with the nightly fireworks? Today's July 14th.
Still going on in your neighborhood?
Yeah, going all weekend long. How many fireworks did people buy? Did they just they get so drunk on the 4th, Doug, they didn't light them all off?
They're probably cheap now. They probably go on sale after July 4th.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
There was just a request for some drops, Jackson. Jackson's quiet.
Shrubs.
What?
Frank's
What's the
jumping
beef?
in. Oh, welcome. Hi.
Good to be here.
Okay.
I'm doing fine.
You're not still setting off fireworks, are you?
Never set off a firework in my live-long life.
Really, not one?
Never?
No. Maybe like would you consider like
A snake?
like a Roman candle, something like that?
Oh, yeah, a Roman candle for sure.
Okay.
It's a big one.
Okay.
You hold your hand
I've
and
never
it
set
shoots in the air?
one where I you sit on the ground and
Or
it
like
goes up
light
in the
the
air.
fuse and run like hell?
No, never done that.
Careful, little son of mine. You could blow your arm up in here. Dad will give you a lighter.
I'm not a big fire guy. Like I don't like.
You're anti-fire?
Well, I understand its value and I often use it, indirectly. But like starting and maintaining fires, not my forte. I'm pretty scared of that getting loose.
Well, we have to be thankful that all of us had ancestors way back when who knew how to control fire.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we'd have frozen to death and we wouldn't be here today.
Great take. If I was Tony Reale, I'd give Doug 4 points on that take.
They're always
Bing, bing,
random.
bing,
They're always
bing.
random in the point totals.
I never got that show.
And then you could get muted for a while.
I liked the idea of it. I just never got the point system.
I don't think there was a point. Was there?
I
Just
don't,
kinda
I
random.
don't think, yeah, it was just
Totally subjective.
what Tony Reale liked.
I feel like he goes out to dinner with his friends. Like, good one. Now you stop talking. He's always in
He
control
was
of
just
the
he
conversation.
was the arbiter of truth and takes for a while there. So shout out to Tony Reale.
If you go back far enough in human history, I guess you could probably figure out that most of us are probably related somehow. Most people on Earth now.
Disturbing. Yeah.
Wouldn't you think? Because at some point there's only, a few dozen humans running around and then hundreds and then thousands. And
Boy, you're clearing the deck in 7-1. That's just
and at some point, we're probably related. I don't know how many generations you'd have to go back.
yeah. I mean, you were going back pretty far, and at this point, I would say it's pretty diluted. Or I really hope so.
Clearly it is diluted. But when did humans start walking around? How many years back are we going for that?
Oh boy, I am woefully unprepared for this.
Yeah, me too. I just had the thought. You brought up fire, and this was what led to it.
Is this Pepper and Genie?
Yeah, this is some serious anthropology talk here
Is it 100,000 years?
of humanity walking around.
Yeah, is that what they're... I don't know. I'm just
I take
guessing.
the over
Never
on
mind.
that,
Let's get
right?
back to the Cardinals.
The texter named the real Tony Reale. Said thanks for the shout out, Jackson.
You bet.
2 points for you.
Thank you.
You just
Yeah.
picked up 2 points.
It's great. It's a running total, though. You can always lose the points, which I never really got either.
Did Doug get into Plowsy's stash? Is a question from Mahomes Longbody. Now Libby Jack is taking shrapnel for not being a fireworks guy. Never set off a firework? Jesus, that's from Will Clark's post-game bevy.
Yeah, I guess like a Roman candle or like a sparkler of some kind. But like
Roman
not
candle. You're talking about the ones that really
like
have
box.
a big old base.
Yeah, I've never done that.
Of course, Libby Jack's never shot off fireworks. Scared of fire, never been in a fight. Charmin Burkett.
Oh,
Definitely never
That's
been in
from
a fight.
Eric in the Central West End.
does your generation understand what it means to be called Charmin soft?
Yeah, a toilet paper reference. Yeah.
Because it goes back a while. It's a very popular ad campaign.
I might be in the younger generation, but I'm still a consumer. So, I know the difference of toilet paper.
Did you
and
know it was
Charmin.
a
I think it's a hockey thing, right?
commercial campaign? You just heard it as a phrase over the years. Charmin soft.
Yeah, you're soft like Charmin.
Stop squeezing the Charmin. That was the ad campaign.
Drake once said he was on the roll like Cottonelle. It's another toilet paper
On
reference.
the
Okay.
For a guy who can't remember the years, Doug sure is putting up a lot of history lessons. Yeah, we've had a lot of history of late.
Yeah, that would have been a great time for me to say I don't know the years, Doug.
7:11 a.m. The show officially ended. That's from Steven time.
Nonsense.
A lot of where's Tim? Our sweet prince, I believe. Caller Ellen referred to Tim. Yeah, Tim is back tomorrow. The gang all together. We will read your texts, both positive and negative. We like to share them with you. The name changes have all been complete as of last week. There's some that are written for Doug that I can't repeat. That's also Marcel Ozuna's alarm clock, which would have been on display this weekend with Marcel back in. Oh, no, not again. Can we just talk about Tim until 11 o'clock?
Oh, the gong.
The gong
That
is
is broken. That is a
Tim
broken
is not
gong.
here, and the gong is broken.
That thing is hanging on by one string. It's crazy it lasted this long.
I can still get some on it. Okay, we're all right.
It might save my left eardrum, the fact that it's somewhat disabled. Tad from Tennessee, Liam Doyle, baby. Yes, the Cardinals took a left-hander from Tennessee with the first round pick last night, number 5 overall. We're going to break here. It's the Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Chris Kerber in studio at 8:15. We'll talk some baseball with Brad Thompson later in the show. And, of course, your texts, your rants, your beefs throughout the show. It's the Morning After on 101 ESPN. And this is a young fella,
This is Bill
Singing?
William Gilman.
friend of the show. Has he ever been on?
Ooh, I don't know. Probably not. No.
Sounds sad about that, Kurt.
Well, we've probably come back with Billy Gilman
A few thousand times.
every Monday for the last
So it's as if he is
15
here.
years. I don't know. Certainly since I've been on the program.
Last day, boys. You got this. Bring us home. There he is, Doug. They want us to bring him home.
All right. Where are you now that you need to get home?
Just don't press push. Said, thank God Tim is back. Last week, Martin did read the text. His rate of acknowledging the texture names fell throughout the week. He had a high of about 46%, dropped to 21% on Friday. Hashtag stolen valor. That's from Just Don't Press Push. Okay.
Well, you can't please them. You can't please any of these fellas.
Good morning, Doug. That's from Mo's Hidden Gem.
Hello, Mo.
I would text in my opinion, but I have never, ever, 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 ever gotten through. That's from Rod, Hockey Hall of Famer, who says he's never, ever, 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 ever
Rod
gotten through.
Gilbert? Is he in the Hockey Hall of Fame?
Hockey Hall of Famer. Ask
Rod
me.
Brindamore, I don't believe, is a Hall of Fame.
Not in the Hall of Fame.
The bod.
But Rod Gilbert, possibly.
Yeah, people are sideways with Jackson for his fireworks take. However, the plumber, who says he's in an alliance with Jackson, hashtag Jackson for Alderman, fire is a need, not necessarily a need to blow things up and destroy my pool liner. Damn neighbors. Sounds personal
Sounds
there.
like that was Rich Gould.
I will ruin their plumbing if need be. Jackie, alliance stands strong.
Yeah, different strokes, different folks. I like looking at fireworks, certainly. Sure I do. But setting them off myself, it's not my specialty.
Sweet Kai, friend of Jackson's, said, what about when we almost set ourselves ablaze when that big boy fell sideways at Mark's grandparents' farm? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, growing up, we set off some. I didn't set them off. I was just a part of the group. And yeah, they kind of turned sideways.
Sideways fireworks can really ruin a party.
You hear all the stories, and Sweet Kai, whose now wife is a emergency room nurse, has told me stories of 4th of July's gone wrong, working in the emergency room, and I don't need to be that. I need all 10 of these digits, man.
You do, yeah.
These buttons don't press themselves.
No,
Think of the drops that we wouldn't have if Jackie was messing with fire.
Would be a nice built-in excuse, but I want to keep all my digits.
Maybe
Certainly.
someone could make some fireworks gloves that you could set fireworks off, but if you were to have an accident, your fingers would survive.
Yeah, I'm sure they have flame-resistant gloves of some kind, but I don't know. I don't know the
It's
strength.
not just the flame.
I'm not going
it's
to
the
test them
burst.
out.
No.
I was just asking if people were done, because over the weekend they're still lighting off fireworks.
So you're still hearing them like as of
Yeah.
last night? Damn.
Saturday.
Saturday?
I was noting that at 11 o'clock, well, people are just still firing away.
You'd have to think that this is like you said, like sales went on and now people are just getting rid of all that they have. Mm-hmm. Getting ready for next
Mom
year.
and Dad are gone, and let's get rid of the stash we hid in the garage.
Yeah.
The horny banker, who I think wants to be the horny baker.
No, other way around. I finally have
he
changed.
was the horny baker.
Now he's the horny banker, as he always was wanted to be.
And he said if your texts never get read, it means your takes are terrible. Not necessarily. Sometimes they get lost. Be honest. Sometimes it's lost in the shuffle.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's timing. If we're in the middle of a hot take, we're not reading text.
Right, or interview.
If there's a
or
lull,
something.
we might take a gander.
Yeah.
Gooner Reloaded. Libby, Jack, Boomer, Doug, I'm out. See you next week. He's taking the whole week off.
right.
Just like that.
See you next week.
All 10 digits didn't help your ball game, Jackie boy. That's from the 314. I guess
Didn't
he's taking a
help my
shot at your
ball game.
basketball prowess.
Does he want to?
Does he want a ball?
Does he want to play ones? Wow. I'll spot him a couple.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Wear your ankles around my neck like a puka shell necklace.
Okay, stop it.
Yeah. Ankle collector.
The Veiled Prophet sent in a picture, and somebody dressed like Jesus. And he said, I thought Tim was at the doggies match. I mean, he is the son of God. There's a man,
Far now.
the Veiled Prophet, who has the picture is somebody who decided to show up at the soccer match.
Doggies get a W.
They did.
Portland Timbers they play.
They
right?
beat, yes. Marcel Hartle. Doug had a brace. He had the brace last night. He scored
yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
like when he has a brace?
brace.
That's what that means?
Scoring
Scored-
2
Yes.
goals is called a brace.
What kind of brace?
I think it
Knee
was in
brace?
reference to you. If you scored 2 goals, you got some sort of brace.
Bracelet?
No,
Not a bracelet.
I'm gonna-
Just
a
put something
brace.
on your knees?
Well, sometimes in England or Europe in general, they call tank top a vest. So maybe a brace means something else. I'll find out.
I don't like it
Along
at
with
all.
finding out when humans started.
We've
So
rattled
hot start.
off. We've rattled off all those terrible Rams stats when they were just 15 and 65 over a 5-year period. How about your St. Louis City SC? Before last night's W, Sunday night game, Energizer Park, they win 2-1. Good for them. Before that, in their previous 19 matches, Doug, how many do you think they won?
They won
previous 19 matches.
Maybe 2.
One. That's
One
a
19.
tough. 1, 12, and 6.
Yeah.
1, 12, and 6.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Well, they need
Are
more
there
of them.
guys who kick with both legs?
Both legs?
That's really horrible in professional sports, where you're all kind of picking from a common draft. Everyone's supposed to be able to play pretty well. To only win 1 out of 19, that's really rough. That's hard to do.
They made a trade for a player over the weekend from Minnesota United, and I was just kind of perusing, looking for some intel. And the first thing is, a Minnesota fan said, couldn't have left soon enough. Get him out of here.
Oh, God.
That's never a good sign.
And this fell apart so quickly in 2 years because they lost a few of their top players, signed with better teams. Is that,
Not
is that
really.
the
I mean,
answer?
they traded away some players. They probably were over their skis that first year.
Well, that was a fun first year, though.
Fired a coach who was pretty good, but got sideways with a few people in the locker room. There, all right, that's it. You got to go. And now he's a good coach in Philadelphia. Oh, somebody texted the other day and said, how come you guys never talk about City? And it doesn't come up, but I would say this year, I wasn't with you guys 2 years ago, the inaugural season, but it's been a rough ride.
Yeah.
I like this Kritzer, the coach. He's got a great, he's from Liverpool. And I said, do people always ask you about the Beatles? He said, nah, Liverpool FC, more common.
Sure. Never walk alone.
Jeez. Never walk alone, Doug.
It still bothers me that we can't have American coaches. I'm sure this guy's a fine coach, but with so many people playing soccer in this country from a young age, it's like usually the first sport kids play in America. We still can't get coaches.
The
Even
U.S.
sometimes you-
men's national team.
Yeah. What is the deal with that?
Well, maybe the best coaches because soccer is so dominant in Europe. We just want to be the best, Doug, whatever it takes. Just wanted to say good morning, gentlemen. That's it from the 314. How about that? Somebody just kind of pleasant saying hello.
Gesture. Thank you.
If your texts never get read, it usually means you have a life. And don't text into the show 50 times every morning. Quantity over quality. That's from Rusty Pecker. So now the listeners are going after each other about the texting.
Yeah, it happens. Texture warfare is a common thing in this program.
Talk sports. How about the Cardinals draft from the 314? Did you want to break down the draft?
I guess we could. I think it made a lot of sense picking Liam Doyle. I haven't seen a pitch for Tennessee, just seen some highlights. And I see he gets it up there close to 100 miles an hour at times. SEC Pitcher of the Year says a lot. See former SEC Pitchers of the Year, David Price, Aaron Nola, Chris Stratton, who the Blues had, Paul Skeens. So if you're the best pitcher in the best college league in the country, that says a lot. And it looks like he's full of energy and
They said he's got a little Roboski to his game.
yeah, I
Call
like
him a
that.
madman.
Lord
Madman.
knows the Cardinals could use that.
The timing was perfect. They had Tony Vitello on the set on MLB Draft, the Tennessee coach, who's a DeSmet guy. A lot of Mizzou fans are still saying, why didn't we hire him? They could have hired him to be their baseball coach. Goes to Tennessee, and he's had a great run. He's now a pretty big name in college baseball. Sitting on the set, then they drafted another Tennessee pitcher later in the draft. Liam Doyle, lefty. I do like when they're college pitchers. High school pitchers always scare me. Just haven't seen enough.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to convert them. And somebody was pointing out there's so many shortstops taken. It is kind of like the high school quarterback is just like the best athlete.
Oh, yeah.
You put him at quarterback. It seems like in baseball, a lot of times you got a shortstop and
Oh, yeah.
they'll end up playing somewhere else.
Yeah, if you're a high school coach, you want your best athlete.
Yeah.
The fastest, strongest arm, best athlete at shortstop.
Yeah.
Matt Holliday's kid goes to the Rockies. That was pretty cool. If he had been sitting, and Holliday last week told me, he said, if he gets to 4, it's pretty clear to us Colorado's going to take him. But it would have been fascinating if the Rockies weren't there, if he didn't get picked, if the Cardinals sitting there, you got Matt Holliday's son. They love nostalgia. Need a lot of different things. But the fact that this Liam Doyle is only 21, is 21, that means in about 4 years, Doug, you can have him in Memphis and say, we just don't have a spot for him. Just
Well,
leave him
hopefully
sitting there.
not. The scouting report says he's got a major league fastball right now. So, maybe next year, maybe he's a factor.
Wow, that'd be great. This J.J. Weatherall might be here before the season's over.
Yeah.
Flying through the system. He played in the Futures game, had a double in his first at bat on Saturday.
A lot of these pitchers, they only have so many 100-mile-an-hour fastballs in that arm. If he's throwing 100 now, I'd say
Don't
bring
waste
him
them
here.
in Springfield.
Don't waste 2 or 3 more years of that in the minor league somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Michael McGreevy is there to bolster the Memphis squad. That's why they have him down there, Doug.
Well, I don't care if the Memphis
But he's
squad is
young.
bolstered.
He's 25.
Bring him up.
Well, that we're waiting till they have a season of runway.
Okay.
When they play the younger guys.
All right.
We're waiting for that. For the life of me, Erick Fedde, I said it, even if he pitched a no-hitter on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he gives up a couple of early home runs. Yeah. It all kind of levels out. 4 2/3, 3 runs. The decision, not his fault, baffles me.
Yeah.
Absolutely baffles me. Still, I guess in the second half, everything's fine now. Michaelis and Fedde, everything's fine now. You were worried about, never mind, it's all fine now. Everything's fine.
Because they got through 4 or 5 innings without getting their brains beat in.
Now we're all set. I missed him, but kudos to Martin for actually reading more text than usual. That's from Grandma Johan. I'll read the text as long as Jackie plays the drops.
Read this dumbass text.
Oh,
Congratulations.
well, thank you.
You're a glorious man.
You really are.
You really are.
I love you.
What was that?
That was Charlie and the cat having a little bromance?
Yeah, showing a little love. Nothing wrong with that.
Here's one I haven't read, and it comes in almost every day. It's from Beaufet's. Beaufet's, and every day he texts in, my wife left me. And the first time I saw it, I thought it was maybe a joke, and then he said the next day, my wife left me. And so I feel terrible, but he has texted again. My wife left me, and my texts are lost in the shuffle. I have bottomed out. Beaufet's, I would like to say, if he's being sincere, which I don't know a lot of times with the text, but I'd say hang in there. We've got you've got friends here on the show. We'll offer your support.
Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figure I might as well marry a woman.
Most of
His wedding vows.
Yeah.
Guys, I was on vacation for a week. I couldn't listen. JK gets let go. Please tell me same didn't happen to Timmy. No, Tim is back tomorrow. That's from Ian LaPerriere. Tim back tomorrow. But we've got you covered. The Cards won that game that took 7 hours total. And you did have Jose Fermin. Seems like a likable guy, utility player. And Jose Fermin hit the go-ahead 2-run home run, which is also the first home run of his career. Let's hear Ali on the young man.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
This is a guy, man. He comes to the park. He's ready to play. He'll do whatever you ask him to do. He knows the role. But to come up with that swing was awesome. And we've had him here before, and he just grinds. He understands his role in this whole thing, and he'll never complain. But he's always ready. So to come up big in that spot and during a day like today was fun.
Oh, base hit.
It's base hit. It was a big hit. I mean, it would have really been horrible to sit around all day and lose that game.
Seriously.
That would have really been miserable.
After the Friday and Saturday
And
outcomes.
to get swept by the Braves, who are not having a big year.
When you go
going
legit
into the
won
break.
all 3. I mean, the Friday game is like, how do you lose that one?
It does feel like this club is ready to soar.
Boy, are they?
Fedde's got straightened out.
Okay.
Michaelis looks like a Cy Young Award winner. I'd say yes. Give him a few days off.
Friend
Yes,
of the
sir.
show, Brad Straubinger sent me this. I think it was during the Saturday game, and it's like the game notes as they're happening. Offensive substitution. Pinch runner Garrett Hampson replaces Alec Burleson. Pozo lines out, and then it says, so JC walks, Hampson to third, Fermin to second. So JC walks, Hampson, Fermin. He said, this is a spring game, right? And it did. As I read that, I thought, God, that is really a little bit of a depleted roster. They're definitely banged up. Arenado's still hurt. And then Lars Nootbaar, we got the alert over the weekend. He has the costochondral sprain. Just when you thought don't you feel like you've seen every injury?
Pretty much all of them.
Like the first time Brett Favre had an oblique strain, everybody said, what's an oblique? And then now you hear it all the time. Lars has a costochondral sprain.
And what is that?
I think, is that in the side as well? We'll take your medical text.
Costochondra.
So the point is they are a little depleted. So the Hampsons and so JC's playing more with Arenado out. But they win that game. It took 7 hours, 4-hour rain delay. Nobody feels sorry for them. I got to say the ground crew, though, you see the video? They're showing them to put out the tarp. The cart they're driving in has to be going like 70 miles an hour, and a guy jumps off it to just run over to attach the tarp to the cart. And I thought, give that guy a pay raise. He jumps off a cart that had to be going 60, 70 miles an hour because, by God, you don't want any extra drops of rain. That's how much they cater to these boys.
Yeah.
Don't you wish we had that retractable roof now?
No,
I was thinking of that yesterday. I was thinking of that yesterday.
Nope.
How many games do you have to suffer through like this?
Every beautiful game at Busch Stadium. It's a nice night and the sun setting.
Then you take the roof back.
Nope, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. You still have the shell of the roof. It looks bad
because it's always there. You can't just tuck it in the garage.
Stinks. There's no great stadium out there in Major League Baseball that has a retractable roof.
Did it feel like Busch was a great stadium yesterday?
No, certainly not. But you take the good with the bad.
I don't know. I know it's never going to happen. I hope the next one has it.
I mean, people go and out of their way to go to places like Fenway and Wrigley and all these open-air stadiums. Ever heard anyone's like, hey, I got to go to Arlington to go to Globe Life Stadium, see that warehouse?
Only because there's no history to it.
I got to get up to T-Mobile Park in Seattle, have some crickets, and watch a game with a goiter attached to the stadium.
A goiter, it's a really nice stadium.
Oh, I'm sure it's lovely.
It's just there's not the history that's attached with Fenway and Wrigley.
Yeah. Seattle actually does it better where it kind of feels open air when
it's absolutely open air.
Yeah. But like Miami, even when they open the roof, you still feel like you're indoors.
Arbor Day says St. Louis should build the first stadium with a carport covering it. There you go.
Carport covering it.
Welcome back, Arbor Day. Yeah. You and Doug were sideways for a little bit. You went away. Okay. Had new texters to the show like Flag Day and Earth Day. It was great.
It was great.
Did you guys happen to catch the St. Charles Hefty throwing out the first pitch the other day? Down goes Frazier. I didn't see that.
Did he fall?
It was from Doug's prison wall.
Sometimes that first pitch gets thrown out 30, 40 minutes before the game starts.
Yeah, right.
And it's more than one first pitch. They have several people do it.
Yeah, might have 3 or 4.
So, no, I did not see the St. Charles fall. The St. Charles.
You only fall if you're on the mound, right? It'd be tough to fall while throwing on.
Well, a human can fall just about anywhere.
That's true. That's true.
Coastal, pronounced like Costco. It is a rib. A lot of medical folks.
Yeah, like Costal.
Okay.
Intercostal.
That was from Adonis Jordan. We asked for your MD text to the show diagnosing what's wrong with Newt. Somebody else said, get rid of Newt. Always hurt. Man, I can't.
Well, when you're playing almost every day and bumping into outfield walls and sliding head first, diving and getting hit every now and then by a 98-mile-an-hour pitch, you're bound to get nicked up at some point of the season.
I think he still leads the team in at-bats this season. So
there was a moment, a foul ball. I don't think it was the ninth when Helsley was struggling. He is anything but automatic. It's been a struggle, and it's been talked about for about a year. Do you trade Helsley? I think he still has great value, but that certainly is going down a little bit, you would think. He's struggled. They did get out of it, first and third, 2 outs. There was a foul ball. I want to say it was in the ninth. There at some point, Contreras goes over and picks it up. I don't know if anybody noticed this. It's just a little foul ball, ground ball over by first. He grabs it. He turns and he throws it straight into the sun. And I thought of this show when everybody says ship him straight into the sun. I don't know where it landed or if he threw it out of the park. I got to find footage of this for TV because he grabs it and just chucks it as hard as he can, as far as he can. And I think he was just kind of sick of the whole day. Like, I'm supposed to be on a beach already, and I'm still sitting here. We're still doing this. Guys, Jackson's ruined me. Without the sound effects at the end of the clips, the rest of the shows on 101 don't quite match TMA. Sorry, Marsh. Wow, because that's a compliment.
Dave.
Even though he said Jackson's ruined me. That's from the Tiger Warson Woods.
Yeah.
So all of Jackson's audio cuts now have an ending to them, a sounder.
Yeah. Yep.
He said it's ruined it. You can't listen to any other sound bites.
You'd be fine.
Doug, can I get a lickety split to get me chubbed up? Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness!
I guess.
See, he needs to be blocked. Gonna do it. He needs to be blocked.
Joe Buck's Plugs is the name of that texter there. We try and read them all. That's cool. What does it mean? Did Doug use the word pilmentify last week?
What?
It sounds cool. What does it mean? Would like to add it to my vocabulary.
Plementify?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Pilmentify. We'll take your text auditing last week's show and words that Doug may or may not have used. Cards hit the All-Star break. The Atlanta All-Star game that was postponed is now Tuesday night. Brendan Donovan there. I did hear Chip Carey talking logistics. He said, I wonder if Brendan Donovan can just hop on the Braves plane. I'm sure he probably had some kind of an arrangement, whether the team did it, where he was taking his whole family.
Sure.
Probably flying private, but it's an interesting thought.
It is.
And I think Brad said, it'll probably be empty anyway. Like all the players do their own thing.
Right.
It'd be kind of interesting. Hey, do you mind if I just hop along?
You think most of the other players go to Lambert and hop on a plane going to who knows where, vacation site, or back home or something?
Yeah, probably back home.
Yeah, just their own.
Yeah.
The rich ones are on private planes.
Probably. Maybe
The other ones are probably just flying out of the airport, which was going to be tough because the airport had a tough day on Sunday. I don't know if you saw that. People got delayed for hours and hours and hours. It had to do with the Seventh-day Adventist convention was here, Doug, and they were not pleased.
Okay.
Because there was a huge backup at Terminal 2. We'll take your airport thoughts.
Freudian slip.
Wow, we got air porn.
Welcome to the show.
Tim is back. The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Autoplex and Johnny Londoff Chevrolet. The Cardinals win yesterday, losing 2 of 3 to the Braves, but they head to the All-Star break with a win yesterday, and we'll All-Star break. And I'll be coming back later in the week. I was unprepared for the Sports Center update. This is our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'. Opposing pitchers gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man Chow could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy. Always making the B-fib happy.
It's a new twist on one of our favorite songs.
Got legs like a trunk.
Very nice.
That Mason Wynn is great. How about that? Scoring from second base on an infield single. Who's
Flynn didn't even have to.
Who would you say in the first half of the season, this runway season, whose stock has gone up the most? Would it be Wynn? Because he was pretty established last year. You want to see him roll it back and do it again. Maybe Ivan Herrera.
Does Donovan count? Because I don't think anybody had him penciled in as an all-star when the season started.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Scrappy, yeah.
Maybe
Herrera?
just from where, but Donovan had a pretty high,
To me,
status already within this organization. Like, you knew he was pretty good. Is it Herrera who's just now like an everyday player? Before you were like, I don't know, he's all right.
Herrera, Burleson. I think Burleson.
Burley?
Yeah.
Burley got the bat to get it done.
I'd say it's probably Herrera.
Yeah.
Because I think he's the one who's emerged as being
like an everyday
considerably
player.
better than what we thought he was going to be.
And all he does is hit. He comes back yesterday, first time up, gets a hit. He stole 2 bases, too.
And with such a right-handed hitting void, I think someone like
That's
Herrera
a great point.
even stands out more.
Chaim Bloom from Iggy's great brother. Chaim Bloom's stock is up, Doug.
Well,
because they're kind of down. They're down with Mo, so they're ready for Chaim.
It's like the backup quarterback thing. Backup quarterback, most popular guy in town. Until they
anybody who's not Mazalok would be praised by the fan base right now.
DJ Jazzy Jeff Albert Pujols. It's a lot going on there. Jazzy Jeff Albert Pujols says Libby, Matthew Liberatore. That's a good call as well.
Yeah.
Stock way up, Libby, Herrera.
Yeah, from a pitching standpoint, it's Liberatore for sure.
Stock down, probably like Newt because he's been injured a bunch. Walker probably with numbers and injuries.
I don't know if Newt.
Oh, okay.
Well, Newt injuries are pretty common with Newt Barr.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying he's almost. He's the same.
Wrong.
You would say he's the same.
I was wrong earlier. He's third in at bats for the team. Brendan Donovan, Wilson Contreras, Lars, Newt Barr. So to say he's been injured all season, I think would be off. But he has been injured over his career a lot more.
Guys, any idea what Gersh is doing over the All-Star break? It's a great question. Is he the VP of Special Projects?
Special Projects, yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while.
I don't know what anyone does over All-Star break. I think everyone takes a break.
636 said that Mason Wynn's OPS is right at average. He's fine, but he shouldn't be hitting second. I do like Herrera second when healthy.
Yeah.
And in the lineup. Put my vote for Burley in the Gallup poll. Herrera gets hurt too much. Pozo's fat. He doesn't get as much as Herrera. That Pozo,
Don't call him fat.
Yeah, painter guy. We love Joel Pozo.
For guys with over 100 ABs, and Burleson has 290, Herrera only 153 with injuries. Herrera's OPS is the best at 924. Burleson's at 805.
No one's stock is lower than Hambone Hampson. That's from the 314. Poor Garrett Hampson.
I wonder if Herrera might be the first baseman at some point. Contreras has crowdsourcing here. How many years left in his contract?
He's had a 5-year deal. This is year 3, so I want to say there's 2 to go.
Yeah. I don't. Apparently, they don't like him catching.
Well,
because
they made
he
that
never
pretty
catches
clear.
anymore.
Which one, Herrera or Contreras?
Herrera.
Both.
Yeah.
Both of these.
Well, either Herrera's got to become a better catcher or, find a new position because he needs to be in the lineup.
If it turns out he's the best hitter you've got, you probably don't want him catching either, getting hurt back there.
Probably.
But the pitcher's numbers are all considerably better when Pages catches.
Yeah.
That's why he's in there so much.
Yeah.
618 says, sorry, a lot of bench players here. That's what we're kind of pointing out. The roster, maybe not as robust. Oh, that ball, by the way, that Contreras threw, friend of the show, Luis Noya, works down at the stadium, texted me, said it landed in the second deck.
I heard him talking about it on the radio.
But the throw by Contreras?
Yeah, they threw it in the upper deck.
Oh, really? It was. I've never seen a player just do that. In the middle, you just turn and just chuck it into the sky. Have you guys done a Mount Rushmore yet? Maybe a Mount Rushmore, Mount Rushmore. We're always talking about doing that. That's from Bobby Big Wheels. Text line is the Air Comfort Service text line at 399-9646. Phone lines, Callier and Thompson bring those to you. 974-0101. 974-0101. TMA is presented by Brown and Crouppen, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt with you. We have Chris Kerber at 8:15, Blues broadcaster. Big news end of last week. Big shakeup on the TV side with John Kelly let go by the team. I think it's just still a little shocking to hear those words. Curbs will talk about the moves. We'll talk some hockey, all of that in the 8:15 segment. We also have, is that Tim?
Yeah.
Tim? Oh, Tim's here.
Mentality is a local healthcare facility where you can get your numbers checked. If you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, you've put on some weight, maybe you're working out, but you're not putting on muscle like you used to. If you're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus, or mental clarity, those are symptoms of low testosterone. And Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform their very best. Mentality can help you out with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went out there. I got tested. I was in and out in 20 minutes. Super knowledgeable and friendly staff. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. If you want to learn more, go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information.
Taylor Motter's stock has gone way up.
Well,
Absence makes the heart grow
I don't
fonder.
know.
Think about it, Doug.
I don't know.
That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull. However, his previous text to Jackson, please make an exception, please, and change my name to Air Porn. Air Porn, which was accidentally said on this show. Texter pointed out, remember the Pete Alonso play? When he threw the ball into it was somebody's first base hit.
Oh, yeah.
I forget who it was, Wynn or Walker, one of those guys, and Alonso chucked it into the crowd. That's from Ichiro's American Hits. Jackson's got the drops. Doug's here with the hot takes. Kurt's manning the phone lines. Martin just holding down the fort till the Sweet Prince returns on Tuesday, as the texter have dubbed it. Tim's back with us. Curb's coming up in a little bit. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Oh, Jackson's got a theme again. It's birthdays or bangers. Birthdays or bangers.
It's a birthday.
Didn't we play Woody Guthrie last week, or did we play Arlo Guthrie?
Arlo. But it was Woody's birthday.
Is that who this is?
It was Woody.
It's really bad. Isn't it?
Well, it's sad. I think
it's
the
horrible.
technology is bad, like the recording technology.
The
is
song
bad.
itself.
Oh, it's just
folksy.
Kind of easy listening. You're kind of hard to figure out when it comes to music.
Well,
there's a real fine line with
this
you.
This is way old time country music, right?
Well, it's not even country. Was he a
folk blues,
kind of his own Americana?
Yeah. Yeah.
Woody Guthrie. Geez, Doug's going after Woody Guthrie. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Well, let's call it
land.
like it is. It's not terribly.
It's not something I would turn
music.
on, you know.
No.
But I know people like Woody Guthrie. I was just trying to do it for the people.
Okay, I know. I understand.
It is
that.
the people show.
I get it. All right. Well, I got what I wanted, fellas.
Did you get your remote back?
I got my remote.
A lot of people are asking, quit talking about the Cardinals and ask Doug about his missing remote.
It went missing Thursday, and I think it was the grandson, Gordy. He's got octopus arms. They're just everywhere. You tie 2 of them behind his back, and somehow 6 more come up under the shirt, and he's grabbing everything. It may have been him. It may not have been.
Yeah.
But since he can't talk back for himself, I'm going to pin it on him.
I would think
So I went like 2 days without a remote control. I couldn't turn on the big TV in the gentleman's den. So
You're like Wimbledon. You hate when they call it the gentleman's
Right.
semifinals, but you have the gentleman's den.
I got on Amazon, ordered a remote, and it came on Saturday. And I put the batteries in it, and I'll be damned if it didn't work. I didn't have to put in a code. I didn't have to download another app. I didn't have to go to YouTube to get instructions, put the battery, and it just worked, proving that there is a God. There is a higher power. And he realized I had suffered enough. Here's your remote, and it's actually going to work right away. So, fellas, I got what I want. I'm good to go now.
There we go.
You think God wanted you to see Erick Fedde pitch? Is that like is there a deeper meaning here?
He tested me with the remote.
Right. Well, he gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers.
I thought for sure I would find the missing remote as soon as the new one came.
For
but
sure.
It's still gone, fellas. It's gone. I don't know where it is. I just don't. But boy, I can watch TV now. Right there in the gentleman's den.
That's good. That's a good update. I was nervous about you. Because I was nervous that new remote was going to come in and wouldn't work. I
thought there's not a chance that this is going to be synced up.
There'd be some calibration issues.
Yeah, you got to type in a special code to match the TV. Nope. I'll be damned if it didn't work.
I was convinced the new one would arrive and then you'd find the old one.
Oh,
like
yeah.
this.
That's still, you could find that today. That's still very possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, Doug. I guess we'll play some Sexy Red after the next break. That's from Marsh's Burner.
Ooh, yeah, get it sexy.
I mean, when you listen to that, did you really think, man, this is a song I'd love to sing along to it? It makes me want to dance, makes me feel good. It's just a guy singing nonsense.
Well, I don't think he's singing nonsense. Singing about...
Play it again and tell me that's not about a 7th grade level song.
Woody Guthrie.
Maybe it was a bad selection on my part. I don't know.
Maybe it doesn't represent. What about This Land Is Your Land, Doug?
No, that music's fine.
That's Woody Guthrie.
He died just short of 50 years ago, so it's good that we undress him here.
You can an artist can have some songs that are great and others that are horrible, and just because he is who he is, you don't have to go along with every song and say, "Oh yeah, that's a masterpiece."
But you're kind of a card. You would go against the status quo.
You don't know what you might get with me.
Jackson's holiday themes are played out. Come up with something else already. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who's often
that's the thing.
Sideways with Jackson.
You got to think of the messenger in that situation. If they're always critical, do you really take that at face value? I don't personally.
No. Okay, you know what you should take personally? A kitchen that's not working for you.
Bingo.
And then you know what you'd do? You'd call Collier and Thompson and say, get over here and give me some design ideas. Or you'd go out to their showroom out there on Baldwin, on Manchester in Baldwin, get a look around there. They got more than 10,000 square feet and more than 20 kitchen displays. Get some great ideas and get that house updated. The beauty about Collier and Thompson is they've been around a long time, since the 1950s. So this is a company that you can trust to be in your home. They're going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do, and during the process, they're always available for you in case you need to make any changes, or you want to do a little bit more, you want to do a little bit less. Collier and Thompson will work with you, whatever you need. Maybe you don't live in the perfect house. Not many of us do. You want to expand your kitchen, update your bathrooms, but maybe it's not financially feasible because if you move, that low interest rate you're paying on your mortgage right now is going to jump up to 7%. Who knows how high it is now? If you're in that situation, a lot of people are, then Kyron Thompson is a great solution for you. They can turn that house that you're bored in right now into the kind of dream home that you've always wanted to live in. That's what they do in Kyron Thompson. They've got all of the contractors right there. You don't need to go to 6 or 7 different places for one room remodel. Countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, it's all right there in-house with Kyron Thompson. They will take absolutely great care of you. I promise you that. Kyron Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
My favorite text is about, okay, geezer, what do you want to hear? For Doug. Why don't you pick Doug and pick out the music?
He likes Mills Brothers.
The
Mills Brothers?
Yeah, I can play that.
Absolutely do.
Doug likes some music and doesn't like other music.
Right.
That's probably fair.
I think
Don't
that's
we
all
all?
people, yeah. I don't think everyone's like, oh, I consume all forms of music and like them equally.
Right.
Everyone has their preferences.
I just kind of go a la carte. I like certain songs from different genres, different types of music.
Yeah, fair.
But if I got to stick with one artist all the time,
Yeah.
sometimes when I go to a concert with an artist that's got some songs that I really love, I'll hear several that I don't like at all. I go, okay, whatever. But some people just like everything that a certain artist will do.
Sure.
I'm more of an a la carte guy.
Are you guys secretly running an adult daycare and Doug gets dropped off with a sack lunch? Hopefully you keep the doors locked so he doesn't wander off. That is not true. But that's from the
I like a sack lunch, though.
314.
Like a sandwich, maybe yogurt.
And like a little Debbie at the bottom somewhere.
Yeah, like cosmic brownie at the bottom.
Whatever your
bag of
parents can
chips.
surprise you with.
A box lunch is pretty nice too.
Yeah,
they
take
stack
that.
a little easier.
Yeah. Get a chocolate chip cookie up in there.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, I like a box lunch.
And usually when the media at a big event, World Series or otherwise, when there's a box lunch out, they usually raid the box and it's open and they leave the potato salad, but they take the cookie.
Cookies are gone.
So if you come along too late,
sometimes the meat's been taken out of the sandwich.
It's been.
Well, there's
bun
nothing
is
like
still
seeing
there.
the media eat.
Always makes me think the story the cat told when he saw Howard Cosell walk into a media buffet area once, looked around, shook his head, and said, "Human garbage."
Stop.
That's hurtful.
Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something.
Doug, what's the last concert you attended?
The last concert?
That's from Alexandra Daddario.
I saw Bailey Zimmerman at Centene Center. What is that called? A music something right outside Centene?
Music Park.
Music Park.
St. Louis
Yeah.
Music Park.
Yeah, he was very good.
And that's
Very good.
Alexandra Daddario, Martin. You might know her from True Detective Season 1, White Lotus Season 1.
I don't remember the seasons.
The Percy Jackson films.
Okay. But that's who's texting into the show.
Yeah.
1,000% that remote found its way into the trash can, Doug. I don't know why, what it is about toddlers, those little pieces of crap always throw everything in the trash can.
Little pieces.
Jackson's lone whiskey
I looked in the
cube.
trash can. You think I didn't? I looked in every trash can in the house. I don't know where it could be.
Sharon Clayton has chimed in, Doug. My mom used to fold wax paper around our sandwiches. She folded like a professional origami artist.
Oh, yeah, I
It was
remember those
incredible.
days.
Good memories of elementary school.
Yep.
That wax paper doesn't stick unless you tape it.
Yeah.
It used to be a thing, though.
Wax paper.
My mother did that to my sandwiches also.
Yeah.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise, please.
That's what you'd bring to school?
Sometimes.
PB and mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Not a lot of protein in I guess there's protein in the peanut
We
butter.
didn't worry about protein back then.
Sure.
We had plenty of steaks later.
Right.
Fried chicken.
Charcoal meat.
Lots of slabs of meat were eaten.
Speaking
Nobody broke down the menu. Oh, here's your
everybody was
protein.
fine.
Could care less.
Everybody had an aunt that smoked a carton a day that lived to be 94.
Yeah.
Gym membership? What the hell is that? Can you imagine having your parents having a gym membership?
The gym membership was a sledgehammer and a train spike.
It just wasn't ever considered a thing.
Speaking of old people complaining and Jackson's affection for movies, I'm going to tie it all together. The Cardinals are led by Maestro Salieri from 1984's Amadeus, the king of mediocrity.
Never seen Amadeus.
Is that a reference? Obviously, that one's over my head.
I've never seen Amadeus.
Best movie that year? Best picture?
The
and then
one-
the actor, Tom something? Maybe best actor?
Yeah, definitely won
Amadeus?
Best Picture. Amadeus did.
I saw on Friday night the worst movie I think I've seen maybe in 20, 25 years. with a great cast. I thought this was going to be hysterical. Saw it on Netflix. Grown Ups 2. Have you seen this?
Well, you thought it was going to be.
Oh, it's Sandler.
It was
and
Adam Sandler and
Yeah.
Chris Rock.
Yeah.
And Kevin James and
David Spade.
Spade. Yeah. Tim Meadows and Shaq was in it. This was the worst piece of garbage I think maybe I've ever seen.
Did you see the first one?
No.
Okay.
But this was like maybe second grade humor. A lot of poop
You
humor.
can't be.
and
How
breaking
surprised
wind
are you,
humor.
though?
I thought, how can it not be funny with this group? It was horrendous.
Nick Swartzen's pretty funny.
Horrific. I
think-
couldn't stop watching because it was so bad.
I think it's geared more towards
Second graders.
younger folks. Yeah. And Sandler's filmography, I wouldn't say it's his most highbrow film.
I usually I can go with slapstick and stupid cornball humor, but this was just horrific attempts at humor that there was just nothing there.
I'm telling you, it came out when I was younger, the first one and Grown Ups 2. It hit big time for my age group. Big time.
What movie? This one?
The Grown Ups movies.
The original. How long ago?
Both of them.
Oh, you've watched the one that
Oh,
he's.
yeah. They were huge. I mean, the Grown Ups 2 probably came out 10 years ago.
When did Grown Ups 1 come out?
Probably 14 years ago.
So they're somewhat.
It was originally supposed to come out way earlier. It was supposed to be Chris Farley in the Kevin James role.
Yeah.
But obviously that changed. And then years went by, and then they finally were able to do it.
I just thought, as big as stars that were in there, at some point they would have looked at the finished product and said, you cannot release this movie. You cannot. We'll give our money back. Just don't release it.
The original Grown Ups in 2010, Jackson nailed that. Budget cost him $75 million to make Grown Ups. Box office, $272 million.
Oh, that's why they tried it again.
I mean, it's comedy geared towards families. It's always going to make a ton of money.
Doug, Grown Ups 2, made in 2013, released in 2013. Budget, $80 million. Box office, $247 million.
Tragic.
Good.
Absolutely tragic.
$500 million.
They had a scene where Colin Quinn is working at the ice cream shop, and he can't figure out the soft ice cream is not working. It's not coming out. So they tell him how to fix it. So he climbs up on a ladder, and finally he gets it, and then they get a shot where it looks like he's pooping the ice cream. I mean, isn't that second or third grade humor?
Yeah, that's what kind of was geared towards.
It had to have been.
I like Colin Quinn. He's really funny.
I just couldn't believe what I was watching.
Well, you could have stopped.
I couldn't. It was that bad.
Is this a remote? You lost the remote again during it?
Well, no, I had to go to another TV, a secondary outlet.
Did the Dan Patrick cameo, a standard for any Sandler flick, did that save it for you, Doug?
No, he was a gym teacher, and he started to climb a rope, and they had a tight shot of his butt, and that was the joke.
Yeah, it's goofy. I'm not defending it.
I like Goofy too. This was just Goofy that was just completely unfunny.
It's goofy for kids. Yeah, it's goofy comedy for kids.
Woody Guthrie gets taken down. Fireworks. Yep. Grown Ups 2. So now you got to go back and see Grown Ups 1 and see if it was worthy.
It is better.
It's got to be better.
Rob Schneider's really funny in Grown Ups 1. I just saw Curbs walk by.
Curbs is in the house. All right, Carlos Spicy Winters sent that last text. I'm doing my best, Doug, to read all the names of the texters.
Okay.
They're coming in fast and furious. Part 7, that's 399-9646. It's the Air Comfort text line. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. That's the Fisher Door and Window 8 o'clock hour. The morning after, powered by Brown and Crouppen. Chris Kerber, Blues announcer, to talk about all of the big news last week. Curbs in studio next on TMA on 101.
All right, so you get a little reprieve from the heat this morning with the cloud and the fog that's moved in from yesterday, but it's coming back. 90s in the middle of the week, and if that air conditioner is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, quit messing around with it. Quit thinking about it. Just get it fixed. Get a hold of the folks at Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours. Now, if you're just hearing sounds, you're like, it's not quite running right. Make sure you call them up. Let them come out, do a maintenance check on it, and make sure that you're set for the rest of the summer. So this summer heat is not going away, and it's going to get worse for a little while. And you know we're still due for about that 2-week stretch of about 100-degree heat. So make sure that you get a hold of Classic Air Care. If that unit hasn't been maintained in a while, get it done. If you're hearing sounds, if you're coming in, you're like, it's just not pumping the way it needs to be pumping, go ahead and make sure that they get out to fix it. Classic Air Care. Again, they take care of my house. They will take care of your house, and they will do it with a terrific customer service platform that has them with a 4.8 Google rating. You can check out those reviews on their website. Go to classicaircare.com. Set up an appointment today.
Jackson, one texter said they'd like their name changed to Why Does Martin Hate the YouTube Chat? It is the Michelob Ultra YouTube Chat. We try and keep an eye on that as well. A lot of different ways to communicate with the show, phone lines, text line, and, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube Chat. Monday edition here, TMA, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Kurt. Tim's back with us tomorrow. Joining us in studio, Blues announcer Chris Kerber, fresh off the big announcement at the end of the week. Kerbs, welcome in. Were you up east? Have you been up east yet? Isn't that a summer tradition?
I was back east. Yeah, I was back east. My wife's from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, so we go up there every summer, and we took the girls out to Cape Cod this year, which was, we hadn't been there in about 4 or 5 years, 5 years maybe, so just an absolute gorgeous part of the country up there if you haven't been.
Jackson was just there. Jay had a wedding there. What part?
Where out there were you?
He has a beach home there.
Mayapoisett. Kind of at the start of it, so you don't really go through the curve of it, which is easy to get to Boston. It's gorgeous.
You can get in and out. Now, so for me, like we started going there when I was working up there and won a sales trip, for bringing in some new sales, for the minor league team, and fell in love with it right off the bat. The best part about it is just it's an ecosystem wherein, depending on where you're staying, you could be a 5-minute drive to, an Atlantic side beach, and a 5-minute drive to a place on a pond in the woods with a cranberry bog, we stayed in
Cranberry
Harwich.
Bog?
Yeah, cranberry bogs.
What the hell is that?
That stuff is. You ever see
cranberry bog?
Cranberry juice commercials? Like the cranberries literally floating in the water.
Yeah,
really. And that's how they corral them. And then,
and you get in there and you pull.
No, I don't get in there, but that's how people harvest them.
I'll be darned.
It's the setting, Doug.
Okay.
And now, in all fairness, too, I haven't looked at it to find out whether or not. There's some kind of tourist thing if you want to go wading in the cranberries.
Probably a buck to be made there.
We did a whale walk, though. We drove up to Provincetown, which is all the way around the very tip of Cape Cod. Kind of that arm, for those that don't know the topography of it, kind of that arm that comes off of Massachusetts. Looks like somebody's flexing a muscle. Mm-hmm. And the tip kind of where your hand would be. It's Provincetown. Went on a whale watch out of that. Man, about 30 minutes into this thing, they found a whale. And it wasn't just one of those. I'd been on 2 or 3 where sometimes you feel like you're lucky if you see the tail, right?
Oh, you missed it.
And they guarantee that you're going to see a whale, right? And if they don't, then you get this lifetime, they call it a whale check, rain check, right? Cute. So this whale was 30 minutes in, somebody said, hey, whale off the front of the boat.
There she blows.
Yeah, there she blows.
Right.
Well, it was open, it was feeding. So for an hour and a half, this thing kept coming to the surface, mouth coming wide open, would swim right near the boat. It was really one of the coolest things I'd seen in a long, long time. So it was a good trip back east.
Kerbers was back east in studio. So Thursday night, I think all of us in the media world got the announcement, and Blues fans at about the same time, a change with the TV booth for the Blues. So it'll be a simulcast. You, Joey Vitello, we had Joey on the show Friday, also talking about it. And I think the headline for most fans, though, John Kelly is out after 21 years. There was a lockout somewhere in there, but longtime voice of the Blues. Have you followed any of the fallout, and have you talked to JK, and just walk us through a little bit what you know, how this all came about? Well, that's a lot. There's 3 for 1, I believe.
So, yeah, those are 3 questions.
Yes.
Good interviewing skills, Martin. Which one do you want me to answer first? Listen, I will start with this, actually. In terms of talking to John and stuff, I'm going to keep kind of my conversations and communication with him private, just out of respect for him and me, and frankly, our friendship, which is, to me, a very important one and a good one. I can tell you that working alongside John for the last 20 years, I was here for the few years before he came back to St. Louis, was working with Ken at the time, Ken Wilson, right? And then John. And when you travel with these guys, you will, over the course of the hockey season, you will see them at times a lot more than you'll see your own family, right? And so you really do, especially if you've got a good group. And I'll say for the 25 years that I've been here in St. Louis, we've had the best group of people to travel with of anybody in the league. And I've always claimed that if there was a broadcaster Olympics, which includes whether it be quality of calling the game, preparedness calling the game, being in the gym the morning, in a hotel, followed up with the way you could drink some beer at night, like this St. Louis Blues crew would be in medal contention every single year.
Chaser, Panger, all of them.
Oh, yeah, right. All of them. And so, along that, Bernie was part of that, and stuff. So, look, it's a bittersweet moment because there's some positives, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But I'm not immune to the impact of knowing how this impacts a really good friend, and so along those lines, the amount of time I've spent with John, the amount of times we've talked hockey, talked personal stuff, kind of going through where both of our kids are growing up, and you're hearing stories about all the kid stuff that's going, and quite a long stretch in there. It'd be about every game day, it seemed like he and I were going to lunch and stuff. And one of the greatest things working with this group is there is no group that's more prepared to do it. And the camaraderie, the collaboration, everything is fantastic. So he is a terrific friend. He is a good friend. There's a lot of care that I have for him and, Jennifer and Patrick and Megan and Grace. They're 3 kids. And look, I know I've said this, and this isn't lip service because I've been saying this for a while, even long before this. It's only a matter of time, and I think it'll be soon where you're going to see John Kelly. You'll see the first father-son combination, honored at the Hockey Hall of Fame, and that should be the case. So there is that part that has that kind of melancholy aspect to everything that's gone on there. As far as how it came about, Martin, we got a call, July 3rd, right around July 4th. Someone there said, hey, and it was, I got the call from the team that said, this is our plan moving forward. This is what we'd like you to do. And, just being a team guy like I've always been, I said, okay, let's go to work. And then, there were things to work through, talk to the FanDuel people, about a week later and stuff to get things finished up there. And that's, then we're kind of off and running, from there. The reactions, I have not spent much time on social media. I know that this probably came as a shock across, for a lot of people that probably didn't expect it, and that's understandable. And the one thing that you got to love about broadcasting in St. Louis, and some people would say, well, what's the good and the bad? There's no bad. There really is no bad here. They are passionate. Like, if there's a town in the country, a sports town, where, like, the broadcasters, people, care. They have standards that they expect. St. Louis is it. So, it's going to be one of those things where it'll be a transition. It'll be a different sound, on the TV than people have been used to hearing now for the last 20 years, and that's understandable. But Joe and I are going to put our heads down, put the nose to the grindstone, and we're going to deliver a lot of energy and positivity for people.
I know that it's a tough time in the industry, and I even thought on Thursday night I wanted to tweet that I thought it was wrong, bad decision. I said, well, everybody will say, well, you took Carricker's job. You came in on 101, and it happens, right? People get replaced. It's a tough time. I just think with John's family legacy, I think it's wrong. And not that I'm happy for you, I'm happy for Joey. I think he needed more of a warning. I think they find a way to keep him within the organization for a year or whatever. It's easy for me to say, but a franchise worth $1 billion. I just feel I'm happy for you and Joey, but I think it's wrong. I think the way John was treated, he should have been treated better. I know you're not ownership management, but that's not for you to even comment on. But that's just my personal opinion. I think there's, and then somebody said to me the other day, well, what would you have done if the simulcast is the proper model? And a lot of teams, do we know how many teams do it?
There's 3 or 4, I think, that are doing it now. Will be 4 or 5.
And I could see where it would make sense. If he'd been there 3-4 years, if he's Bill Smith, I just think it's different. I think management got this one wrong. I just think they should have found whatever that transition year is, or the longer warning. I don't know. I don't have a perfect answer for it either. And it's uncomfortable because, I love you and Joey, and I'm happy for you guys. But I don't like the way, I don't like the way it was handled.
Here's what I'll tell you. And I don't know that this will matter. And that's what I was talking about when I was talking about how awesome it is to be a broadcaster in St. Louis. Because, fans are very welcome to have any one of the opinions, just like the one you had. And I can tell you I had no role in the discussions or the process or that decision or any of that kind of stuff, right? So as far as how the decision was made and any of that stuff, way above my pay grade, and I was not involved in any of that. And I don't expect, it's not for you to explain it either. I understand that. I just wanted to have that on the record. But what I'll tell you is I think it's okay to feel that way. Like it's actually, and it's okay to say, geez, I'm excited for Kerbs and Joey. We've known you guys. You guys have been broadcasting the games for 25 years. Joey, the last 7, right? You're from St. Louis. You've been a part of this, for a long, long time, right? And it's okay to say, geez, I think they're going to do a great job, and they're going to bring the same passion and care and fun that they had on just the radio, right? I'd expect them to bring that now to the TV side. And at the same time, Martin, you can say and feel the same exact way that you did. And both can be fair and both can be right here. There isn't a wrong on that. Right. And that's okay. And just so you know. And I'll say it to Z, I'll say it to Z, I'll say it to Chappie. And those are the guys making these decisions. I'm okay with you looking at me to say that, too. Right. No, because this is just part of the business side when that goes. And you know John. You have. And we're not extremely tight. So this is not. Yeah. I mean, we've had a great rapport, but we're not extremely tight. So it's not personal to me. And I just think that family, the legacy, I think it's different than like when Wayne Hagan got let go, was uncomfortable, and he and Mike Shannon didn't mesh, but he wasn't a legacy guy. He was, and Joel Myers said, hey, this is a rough go trying to replace Jack Buck, and he left. I just think it's different. But again, I don't expect you to, that's for me and Z and Chappie to talk. Chris Zimmerman, Steve Chapman, the guys who are kind of in charge of these type decisions, and FanDuel for sure. Right. Plays a part in this.
Well, was this just a cost-cutting move on the part of FanDuel?
Well, I don't. Again, I'm not sure, Doug, that I can answer that, being that I'm not involved in those discussions. What I can tell you is, on the surface, while some may think that because you're simulcasting, I think there's certain trends in the industry that you could see things going over the years. There's plenty of turmoil and uncertainty in the broadcast world from a regional network standpoint to what business model works, right? And we've seen teams leave the regional sports, model and go straight to streaming. The Dallas Stars have done that, right? So there's all these different models that are now out there. What I can tell you is the Blues have not traveled a reporter, right? A third guy. Cardinals have all the years, right? Jim Hayes is gone. I think Jim Hayes was the last time when he was traveling with the Blues was the last time the Blues had a reporter travel. They're going to start traveling a reporter again. The new leadership at FanDuel is totally different. And
Norby Williamson was a big-time exec at ESPN, who is now running...
And Jay FanDuel, I think, produced Monday Night Football for 23 years, right? What was the guy that kind of, connected Mike Tirico with John Gruden, and that terrific pairing, right? So these are the people now that are leading the charge, and rather than there was such a difference, you could sit in there before and you could say, well, hey, the Cardinals travel a reporter. Why don't the Blues? And you'd be told, well, this is just the way it is. Right.
And I'm sure the Blues have said, hey, we kind of want what the Cardinals are getting. Why not? Yeah.
Well, they have said it. And
right,
I'm
sure they have.
I was in those,
right.
part of my role as VP of broadcasting at the time, right? That role changed for me about 3 years ago. But at the time, I was part of those discussions. And you'd scratch your head, right? You'd sit down in meetings and you'd say, hey, we'd really like to freshen this up. Can we put a third person on the set and really have more of a hockey discussion? No, we don't do that. Well, the Dallas Stars do it. They're FanDuel. I mean, at the time it was Bally's, right? Well, okay, we don't do that. And then you'd be given excuses by that group. This one, guys, this is different. And so back to your original question, Doug, when you're talking about now, instead of cost-cutting measures where the job that Tim Pabst and Phil Malika had to do because camera positions and different things were cut, they're bringing back some things. Like, what do you mean you dealt without this camera? How do you put the show on without that? What do you mean you didn't have a reporter traveling on the road with you? They just surprised as heck to find out that you've got to deal with that horrible situation of Jay Bouwmeester going down, and you didn't have a reporter there in case something goes cuckoo. There's those kind of things. You look at least what they said in the release and in the brief discussion I had with them, the excitement level for how they want to freshen up pregame, postgame, do it differently. The addition of Chris Pronger, into the mix here. So, no, I don't look at it as a cost-cutting move. I'm sure there's a business side to it somewhere in here. But if you're talking about adding one of the best defensemen that have ever played the game to your coverage, you're talking about traveling some people again that haven't traveled, in 10, 12, 15 years. I think what you're going to see, I don't think, I know this. And again, this has nothing to do with the broadcast talent. This has to do with the focus of the broadcast itself. You're going to see a renewed, energy to deliver a product, for Blues fans. And I think those additions are something that everybody should be, and I hope they will be, especially with the quality of hockey that we're going to be seeing with this team. Should be really excited about.
Chris Kerber in studio with us here on the Morning After TMA. How about from the logistics side, TV, radio? You've got both now. Do you call it differently? The simulcast goes on radio. How about some of that for you? How does your job change?
So, never done it. We're going to go through probably some growing pains a little bit. We're going to find where the sweet spot is, right? But I think the way Joe and I have called the games over the years, we're probably not that perfect traditional radio call. Joe, if he's got a thought to go, we'll talk through a face-off. Listen, I'll tell you here's an all-time great classic story. Ken Wilson, as great as he was, on the air and stuff, he was a little more rigid in terms of what he expected, and then here's Kelly Chase. So when I first got here with the Blues, remember when there was no local TV, Ken would slide in and he'd do the play-by-play. I'd slide back out of that role and I'd host intermissions. And
you're right. Wilson did radio, right? If there was no TV. Right.
So at one point, there's a face-off and Chaser's finishing a comment, and the play starts and it goes up the ice. So during the break, Ken looks at Chaser and says, "Chaser, my job's the play-by-play. Your job's the color. That means when the puck is moving, I'm talking. When the puck is not moving, you're talking."
Probably went over really well with Kelly.
Yeah, well, you can, there's really no fight back in Chaser, right? So, okay, and I'm sitting back kind of over to the side because I've got no role here till intermission, and Chaser says, "Okay, Kenny," and so at that point. Play goes on. Ken starts talking. The moment play stops, Kelly jumps in, and Chaser goes for about 2.5 minutes and doesn't take a breath. Okay, there's might have been 2 face-offs. The puck has gone up and down the ice a couple times, and I couldn't even tell you at this point what Kelly was talking about, right? And at the same time, all Ken did just said, "Just calm, okay, look yet," and he just looked over at him, and I'm sure you guys over the years saw that look from where he looks over at him. The moment Chaser took a breath, Ken started talking. He had to go 5 straight minutes without taking a breath, and the play had stopped and all that other stuff. He threw it to a break, and he just put his microphone down on the thing and sat back like this. Those two went back and forth.
So he was flexing.
It
Might say.
was just a fantastic. Let's whip it out, see what happens. The here's the. I think our call on the radio kind of favors TV a little bit. We're going to have to figure out where the balance is. I'm confident that we're going to be able to do that. We're not going to try to hide the fact that what you're hearing on TV is also what you're hearing on the radio. We're not trying to, slip one past the goalie here. We know what's going on, but we're going to have a great balance because I think Joey's preparedness. Guys, I believe that Joe Vitale. You've heard me say this. I think we've talked even all the way from Mike about this. It's only a matter of time before I think we see Joe Vitale on national television games. I believe he's that good. I believe he's got that kind of talent and that kind of upside. He sat next to Darren Pang for 5 years on that plane, and he was just a sponge. You watch the way Joe leaves the booth and he goes talks to former teammates that are working as scouts, that are working as player development people. He's only 7-8 years separated from having retired from the game, so he's got that newer feel for the game, and he's brought that energy and stuff. So I think fans are really going to like what he does on the TV side from his standpoint, and we're going to find that mix. So We'll get done with one game. We'll look at it. We'll listen to it. Okay, how did this sound? Now, the one thing, and here's what I would say to the to the radio fans out there on this. We got the radio thing down. That one. We're going to find that right mix for them that knows what it's good, because we'll be able to listen. We'll even be able to take at the end of our first intermission or first period and go, okay, how do you think this sounded? And there will be some real good hard work put into this that I think fans are going to be happy with.
And FanDuel next year, Blues are on FanDuel for sure this season coming up here.
Blues are on FanDuel. They announced a new 2-year agreement. I think a 1+1 situation there. They've announced some of the adjustments that they're part of it. Look, and this is not about me and Joey, right? This really the announcement. It's truly about kind of the whole stable of what the Blues and FanDuel are going to be working together. And 101, by the way, 101 very much a part of this in every way. Our hockey coverage on 101 is going to stay the same. We're going to continue with my hits, with Joey's hits, right? We're going to hopefully bring even some new content to the air over the course of this next season. They're talking about new refreshed pregame shows, postgame shows on the TV side. Andy Strickland will continue with his role, have an increased role with it. The addition of Chris Pronger, Bernie Federko, Jamie Rivers. Jamie now with 2 years of that invaluable experience of being with the team every day again on the broadcast side. Now bringing that, to the studio again and that role that, he's done so great on in the past as well. This is a team effort here. And, behind the scenes, there's Tim Paps, there's Phil Malika, there's Julie Free. There's these people that have put decades of time into the telecast. And guys, that includes people that most people will never see or hear from. All the cameramen and camerawomen that have worked on these shows. That's all going to be there. So the same level of care is going to be there, and we'll work hard to make sure that the product is one that people are proud. Because look, when I first got here to St. Louis back in 2000, the one thing I knew, and again, when you talk about broadcasting in St. Louis, right? Man, there's got to be some pride that comes with that. You're not just, okay, cool, I got a radio job, right? You realize that you're following in the footsteps of Dan Kelly, of Ken Wilson, right? You're following and you're upholding a standard in this city, that included, that is Jack Buck and Harry Carey and Joe Garagiola and Mike Shannon and now John Rooney and Joe Buck and everybody that's done these, the games and stuff over the years. And our job is to, as Tom Stillman kind of likes to say, I think it was perfect when he took over, his ownership group took over the franchise, and they said, we're stewards until the next person is there. And that's kind of what I've seen our role as. So our job now is to take the opportunity we're given, be excited about it, and really make sure that we uphold the standard that for the last 20 years John has set, that for before that, those that came before him has set, and continue to keep that bar high for everybody.
Chris Kerber in studio. We're going to talk some hockey. Other side of the break. It's the 8 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Fisher Door and Window. TMA is presented by Brown and Crouppen. Stocking up for the week or the weekend is stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. You got all those great deals going on that are permanent. When they drop the prices, they lowered them for good, trying to help you save when you head to the grocery store because prices have gone up. Everywhere you look, they're doing their best they can to save money for you when you shop at Schnucks. There's one in your neighborhood. That is guaranteed. They deliver. You've got the curbside delivery. Hey, curbside, how about that? You can call ahead. You can use the Rewards app to have it delivered to you or ready to pick up when you get there. As you go around the store, you'll also see those digital shelf tags letting you know other deals that are taking place. You've got the CVS pharmacy. You walk in, the one in De Pere, they're playing music. There's always something fun happening at the neighborhood Schnucks, in addition to making sure they can save you money. You've got a big party. You can plan ahead, get the deli order put in there, everything you need, floral delivery, all of it's at one spot. That's your neighborhood Schnucks. You want to find out more, you can always go online to schnucks.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals in the MLB draft last night selected Liam Doyle, left-handed pitcher out of Tennessee, who led all qualified Division I pitchers in strikeout rate and ranked second in total strikeouts behind LSU's Cade Anderson. That was the Cardinals' 5th overall pick last evening. That is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA on this Monday, 8:50. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim's back on Tuesday. It's an all-star Tuesday. I think the skipper wants to come back on. LaRussa telling stories. He's got his big event coming up Wednesday at Stiefel. Martin, Doug, Jackson, the Kurt. Chairman Kurt's here. We also have Chris Kerber, Blues announcer in studio. We spent the first segment breaking down the, I would say, controversial move. John Kelly out. Curbs and Joey going to be doing the simulcast. You'll still hear the call here, still your home of the Blues on 101 on the radio side, but on FanDuel, it'll be Curbs and Joey with the call. I think we last talked to you was it right before I don't think we talked about the Bolduc move, Mayu signing, all of that kind of went down that week, and the Blues kind of shaking up the ride. It seemed like they're doing their best on the I think they've done this pretty well, where on the fly have retooled the roster, and now. And we had Monty on, and he said, we don't want to, and he loved Bolduc.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And he said, listen, we're not looking to move guys like that, but he said, you just don't find young defensemen like this laying around. Were you surprised at that move?
Yeah, I was a little surprised with that move, but only to the extent that the surprise to me was that you knew you were going to have to give up a piece. What was the piece going to be? Okay, there's nobody out there from a free agent standpoint on the defensive side that fits that demographic that Doug has been very open and honest about that he's looking for. Looking for in this age range, 22, 25, 27, term, that kind of stuff. And to get something, you've got to give something. And if I go back and you look at Doug Armstrong's tenure here, even one of the very first moves, he made. Okay, so he trades Lars Eller for Jarl Halak. Lars Eller still playing, had a heck of a career. Then there's you've got the move for trading David Rundblad to get the pick that you used to get Tarasenko, right? For the most part, I think, obviously, T.J. Oshie for Troy Brouwer, Ben Bishop, but that was, you already had 2 goalies. You decided to go with Brian Elliott and Jarl Halak. The Eric Johnson trade was a hockey trade, and you get back Kevin Shattenkirk.
It was a hockey trade.
I don't like the term hockey trade.
Well, there's a difference. The hockey, that's just the phrase that's just the phrase that means that you're actually trading hockey players versus future picks.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, for picks.
Still bothers me. Still bothers me.
You don't say it's a baseball trade. It's a basketball trade. It's a trade.
Well, maybe we should start saying
maybe they
baseball.
should. Maybe they should.
Just a baseball trade.
Sometimes, Doug, we just say they're bad trades.
Well,
Cardinals,
they say trades for futures, right?
Sometimes.
Okay, well.
Okay.
So
but you're saying for the most part they haven't been burned too badly, right?
So it bothers you when they call the soccer field a pitch, right?
Absolutely.
It does actually, me too. Yeah. I sat there and said to somebody, I said, look, I helped coach my daughter's soccer team for a good number of years. Never once did anybody say, hey, what time do we go to the pitch?
No, they don't.
Right?
We refuse.
I get it if we're in London,
right.
But we're not.
We're not. We don't have to,
not.
But did Ava ever brace? I bet she had a couple braces, hat tricks and braces.
Yeah, and some yellow cards.
Yeah.
So you were trying to say, though, I think that they haven't been burned a whole lot.
No. What I'm actually saying is, like, they really haven't. There hasn't. I don't think you can look at a trade. I mean, I'm sure we might find one where you go, oop, that one was a miss. Like the ones I can't even remember the guy's name at this point. We traded a second-round pick or a third-round pick to Toronto for a player a few years back, and he didn't amount to anything. I think is it a Russian or a Czech player? I can't remember. But
I know who you're talking about.
But it didn't turn out to anything. There haven't been many misses where you've traded a player. This is one where I don't think this is going to be a miss. But here's what you're doing. You're trading a player that really looks like he was poised to become a 30-goal scorer in the National Hockey League. When you watch his playoffs with Zach Bolduc, you saw him goal on the boards. He win battles. There was some real positive, terrific growth with him and Jim Montgomery. But, like he said, you've got a chance to bring in a 6'5" defenseman, that a right-handed shot that, if it weren't for the one issue he had as a young man, he would have been a higher draft pick in the first round. And now you've got a chance to bring him along. And so the only gamble is if you talk to people like Al McInnes, Al would say, it's like 300 games in the NHL before you really know what you have. Right? So it's going to be the growth of a young defenseman. And you're hoping that you're solid enough with what you have now with Fowler, Parayko, Broberg, and Falk in your top four, that you can bring this young man along. And you've got Kessel and you've got Tucker. So this is going to be a situation where you might see him healthy scratched from time to time and sitting in the press box. And what happens when you're sitting in the press box? Well, you're sitting next to Al McInnes watching a game, right? Or some of these other Blues greats that are still around, Barrett Jackman, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that
Pronger could teach him to slash while sitting in the press box.
Pronger can teach him to slash. But so to me, I think it's a risk where you are making a trade. I'll make Doug happy there. You're making a trade from an area of strength because, guys, if you look at the top six, and if you say that Snuggerud, Thomas, and Buchnevich is one line, all right, and you have Holloway and Kyrou. For the time being, let's just put Shen in there in the middle. There's your top six. Okay, well, Jake Neighbors has shown that he can play in the top six. He's now on your third line. Bolduc was going to be the same thing. You've got some of these young prospects that had a good season. Kaskamaki. There's other guys that can step up. Is there somewhere you can go and fill? You can fill that winger spot a lot easier than you can fill a potential top four defensive spot. And I think it's a risk that's well worth taking in that deal.
Well, nobody bats 1,000 in their moves, and for all we know, this one will turn out terrific. You just don't know for a few years.
Yeah, nobody bats 1,000 in the moves, but I'll tell you what, I sure as heck think that Doug Armstrong has clearly earned the benefit of the doubt.
Oh yeah, that's why
there haven't been many swing and misses.
Yeah,
there haven't been many swings and misses, and it'll take a couple years. The guy's only played 10 games in the NHL, Mayu. So it's going to take a little while.
Is Laterra the name you're trying to think of? Laterra?
No, it wasn't Laterra. It was a player we got from Toronto. We eventually put him in the minors. I can't remember his name, something off or something. But
somebody mentioned the Ryan Miller trade was bad. They said, but then we fleeced Buffalo for O'Reilly. I don't remember all the moving parts.
But gave up Tage Thompson. Wait a minute.
But okay, that's kind of my point. All right, the Ryan Miller trade didn't work out. The Ryan Miller trade wasn't bad. If you go back to that trade deadline, the number one trade target for teams around the NHL was this top goaltender. It was Ryan Miller. He comes in and he goes undefeated in his first 9 games. Then he painted his Mike Liut white mask. That might have been the end of it. Oh. But then things went south after that. It didn't work, right? But go back. They didn't give up anything that really has mattered a ton in that, right? To get Ryan O'Reilly, right? Patrick Berglund didn't work out in Buffalo. Vladimir Sobotka was pretty much done in the NHL. Tage Thompson became a heck of a player, right? But to get that, you got Ryan O'Reilly and a Conn Smythe winner and a Stanley Cup champion.
Right, no regrets. Even if Tage Thompson's a good player, no regrets.
No regret. And you want that to work out. Look, Eric Johnson had a hell of a career with Colorado. Just for a long time for what he was. But you got Kevin Shattenkirk and you got Chris Stewart, and that forged things forward for you. So I think there's risk in any trade. I remember when the Blues traded for Jarl Halak, Doug Armstrong said in his press conference at the time, he says, we're trading for a goalie. Who knows how this is going to work? Right? And then Jarl ends up winning a Jennings with Brian Elliott, right? You're trading for a really young defenseman. There's going to be some growing pains, but there's a lot of upside and huge upside if he becomes the player they think he can.
Was the player we're trying to come up with, was it Nail Yakupov? Was it
Niles? Yakupov. We got him from Edmonton.
Somebody
I got to look at it. I don't have the computer on in front of me.
Nikita Soshnikov.
Yes. That's, I think, what it is.
Somebody got it on here.
Oh, wow. Will we trade like a second or a third-round pick for him?
It was a hockey trade. Whatever it
might
was.
have been a
hockey
fourth round
trade.
pick. No, that's not a hockey trade, Doug.
Oh, darn it.
No.
Can't
See, you
figure
don't
it
get
out.
this,
Doug,
Doug. You
a
don't
hockey
get it.
trade is
Just trading
hockey player
players.
for hockey player that are both good that can make an impact. That's what you'd call a hockey trade.
Even if it's player for player, if they're not good, it's not a hockey trade.
Well, they're
to make it easy for
They're
you,
in
because
the league.
I hear you're struggling here. Let's just say player for player is a hockey trade. Player for pick is just a trade.
So Gary Templeton, Ozzie Smith, that's a baseball
trade.
We got a guy who's playing. You got a guy who's playing. We'll swap them.
Yeah.
You don't owe me any money or any picks down the road.
I thought anything that was like, we're getting rid of this guy to dump his salary or something, that's not a hockey trade. But if it's a player for a player, regardless of how good they are, that was a hockey trade. That's how I understood it.
Yes,
That's
I
fair.
think we're workshopping this properly. Curbs, thanks so much for stopping by and talking a little blues hockey. The season will be here before you know it.
And the schedule's coming out on Wednesday.
Schedule out on Wednesday.
Schedule
drops.
The schedule drops. That's what we say.
Drop.
You don't like that word either, Doug?
Oh, now he's mad. It's released.
He's not dropping.
He's
Where
with
was
Woody
it
Guthrie,
dropping?
fireworks, you name
It's
it.
released.
Put what in your coffee this morning?
Well, I'm kind of old and crotchety.
There you go. Clip that off. Chris Kerber in
All right,
studio.
thanks,
Brad
fellas.
Thompson
Cheers, guys.
in just a bit. It's TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that passion goes to the customers. Just come on in and talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. Go online at igotfloored.com. And right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's Michael's Flooring. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3s to get 2 locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
I don't like that, really.
Well, that's a banger, Doug.
Yeah, it's a great song.
What, you hate Woody Guthrie? You hate the fan-generated jingles?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Bowling for soup.
It's been a tough day.
I don't hate Woody Guthrie. I'm just saying there's certain songs you can call out as not being very good.
Maybe Jackson picked the wrong Woody Guthrie song. Is that what it was?
Could be. It was Dust Bowl Blues I picked.
Hey, guys, should we have a celebration tomorrow? You know, when Tim is back, can I come down to the station and see you guys?
No. Still
No.
get the gong.
No.
Which is not ringing very well today.
That's right. Well, the gong is on the IL. It's hanging. It's literally hanging by. How many years have you had the gong, Doug?
Probably 5 or 6. This is the second gong I've had.
Second gong.
Yeah.
Doug's second gong is available as a text name. You go to Amazon, can you find a gong?
I don't know. They've been sent to me. I wouldn't even know where to go to get a new one.
You know how it is, Doug. Damn.
Perhaps this
Is
one
that
can
ball
be
game?
repaired.
You know, he's going to be at the LaRusso event Wednesday night. And remember, he told me he's done with media. So I'm wondering, will you do a TV interview? Jackson, what's your gut on the Tennessee Farmer, Cardinal Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds being amenable to a TV interview on Wednesday back in town? He told me done with media.
Yeah, that's a coin flip.
I would say he would. I think he was done with media about that particular situation.
Maybe he's done with this show, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, he wanted to go one place to let it all out and then not 15 different places. So I think that's what that meant.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, stop it, ball game.
What's the context on that? Is there context?
I don't know.
Do you remember why he said that, Doug?
No, a lot of people have said that to me.
Suck it, Doug.
Stop it.
It's probably in the top 10 of TMA drops, I would think.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony.
Jackson, why don't you rip off a few drops? It's been a little lean in the drops. We get a little serious with Kerbs. Let's drops here, brought to you by Jackson Burkett.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year?
You know everything.
Why are you so pissy, Leon? Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just answering your...
Yeah, you are. Whenever I ask you a question.
I gave you an answer.
Not very good one.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Lance Lynn has joined the conversation. Doug blames his grandson for missing items, talks about Woody Guthrie like it's rap music, argues with guest Donnybrook, this grumpy old bastard. That's from Arbor Day, who's coming off a banning, and boy, he is right there at the line again.
I got the pen. One more word, and a note will be put in his file.
I love it when Mr. Martin runs out of gas from dragging Doug along all week and just asked Jackson to play some drops for 5 to 20 minutes straight. Great work filling in this week, you two. Doug, I love you. Thanks, and free perk. That's from Brian Henshin.
Oh, is it? Brian Henshin. Okay.
He seems to have a lot of free time.
Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
Okay, why would we be talking Italian food?
That sounds good.
Well, I know they're all Italian, but do you think that's all they talk about?
Is rigatoni your favorite noodle?
I don't know. I don't even know the difference in some of the noodles.
Really? Rigatoni is like a wider penne with some ridges.
I kind of like that angel hair.
That's your favorite?
No, I don't know if it's my favorite.
That's the worst pasta.
It's the worst pasta?
It stinks.
Angel hair?
The worst.
Why?
There's no like yield to it, you know? It's like the shoestring fry of pasta. Angel hair, dead last for me.
Dead last. That is passionate.
Oh, I despise angel hair. I won't eat angel hair. I won't do it.
You like the bow tie?
Sure, I'll do a bow tie.
I think Mo's eating bow tie pasta.
That'd be good.
But it all tastes about the same. That's pasta.
Yeah, but
Just
some
different
noodles
shapes.
hold sauce better. Like rigatoni, if you're having like a meat sauce, it kind of like packs into itself, you know?
I don't know what the noodle is called, but I like it where you can stick one of the prongs of the fork in there and bring it to your mouth.
Bucatini. That's what that one is.
Goodness.
Bucatini. That one's really good too for meat sauce because then the meat gets all up in there. Mm-hmm. Shells. Yeah, there's the shape of the noodle is important.
Terrible take, Jackie. That's from Hottie Toddy.
Angel hair can kick rocks.
Watch your mouth, Jackson. That's from the 314.
And I got to be honest, too, not a big rice guy. I don't really eat a lot of rice. I don't like rice. It feels like you're doing more effort to chew than you're getting out of it. Like white rice, I'll just eat nothing.
White rice is the bad for you, right?
Yeah, brown rice is better
brown
for
rice
you.
is
It's like
better.
wheat and
real
white.
grainy is what you want in your rice.
I'll have brown rice, like if I go to like Chipotle or something, get brown rice. No.
Looks like it's just falling all over your lap.
That looks like gravel. I'm not eating gravel.
It kind of tastes like it, too.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Quinoa looks like gravel?
Flaxseed, chia seed, all that stuff. I'm out on that. But like rice in general, like I'll eat it, but I never like seek it out.
Does the Pale only eat mac and cheese that's shaped like Dora?
No, that's not bad.
That's from Cronky's Cuckstash.
I like an elbow noodle, an elbow macaroni noodle.
Elbow macaroni.
No, I just angel hair. I would never.
Stay in your lane, trust fund baby. Just ask your private chef to prepare something other than angel hair. Let us working people eat what we want. From the 6
When
through
someone
6.
hears I don't like angel hair, what you're not hearing is everyone who eats angel hair is an idiot. I'm not saying that. For me
Or that
personally,
they cannot legally eat it anymore.
Right. You can do whatever you want. You can eat whatever you want. But I would never select angel hair out of the vast array of pasta noodles out there.
Different sauces call for different noodles. Angel hair is great for a basic red sauce or a little shrimp scampi. Oh, boy. That's from the 618.
Oh, boy. Did that finish? That text finished with oh, boy?
That was the equivalent of your sounder at the end of a soundbite.
Yeah, it's a vocalized punctuation.
You're wrong about brown rice versus white rice. Brown rice actually has more arsenic. Careful.
Arsenic?
Careful with the health advice you're giving out from the 3 and 4. I thought brown rice was the healthier.
Well, it's like I thought it was like whole wheat bread versus white bread. I thought that, I don't know. I don't really like either.
Okay, well, stop eating it then.
I don't really eat it all that much.
Okay, that was quick.
I find it to be filler. Like when the burrito's all stuffed to the gills and it's like 90% rice. I'm like, that's not.
Same when you order Chinese food.
Yeah.
They're going to give you a lot of rice so you're filled up and you don't complain.
I don't really enjoy it.
Jackson, you say stupid stuff like I've never shut off a fireworks before, but then you have these great takes like angel hair pasta. I don't know if I want to sleep with you or kill you. I just don't know.
Why would it be a stupid take to say I don't like fireworks? Why is that? That's not a take.
It's
That's
not.
just a fact.
It's just a fact. I don't really like them. I have no interest in lighting them off. You know, I don't really want to wield something that could kill me, you know? Like I drive my car and that's enough risk in the day that I need. I don't need to be launching off pyrotechnics or large firearms, like all that stuff. Like I'm going to take myself out of those risks. Life is about risk management.
Most people don't like fireworks. It's just a few that do.
These hardos on the text line sure sound like they do.
These are
Hardo? We have hardos on the text line?
A lot of ranch hands.
Ripe with them.
It's okay for you to hate angel hair pasta, but you are probably a little too aggressive on it because a ton of people like it, a ton of people eat it because it's not as thick. Therefore, they don't eat as much pasta for weight control from the 314.
If you're eating angel hair pasta to lose weight, you're fighting a losing battle.
Now, that's a take.
Yeah. I mean, come on. That's what I don't like. Like, if you're going to like a place like Italian restaurant, don't hedge. Like, if you're gonna eat. Like, do it. Don't like go to a fast food place and get a salad. Like, what's the point of that? If you're gonna pig out. If not, eat something else.
Well, maybe the group you're with wanted to go to the Italian restaurant and you're trying to shave off a few calories.
Sure. Well, there's options. Probably not in the pasta section.
No,
you're probably not gonna want to go to the pasta section, angel hair or otherwise. Eat what you want.
Don't get me started on Jackie and mozzarella sticks. Too good for cheese sticks? God, we got to have a talk.
Mozzarella sticks, in my opinion, I'll say this again so I don't get misconstrued. I dislike mozzarella sticks.
I wouldn't mind some coming down to the station to see us right now.
I just don't,
mozzarella sticks,
really
stop
see
by.
the appeal.
That was from Doug's Grease Missile.
Like you wouldn't eat 5 cheese sticks before you ate dinner, but then you deep fry them and put marinara sauce, and now it's an appetizer.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Sadly, I blew up most of my Hot Wheels with firecrackers as a kid. That's from
Hot Wheels. There could be some shrapnel coming off of that, right?
Pele Blanco.
I don't know about Hot Wheels, but it is pretty warm outside. You fellas know anything about Design Air?
Oh, Design Air will cool you off in no time. They also bring you the email of the day if you want to take part. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Pestis, grab your pen. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's how we close the show. The email today, it's been brought to you by Design Air for a long time. They are the longest running sponsor of all things TMA. They've been around for more than a century, family owned, 4th generation now. Seth Goldcamp 4th generation. I love the fact it's still in the family. It's a successful St. Louis business that didn't sell off to an out-of-town company where they just continue with the name. It's actually their family running the show. It's been voted a great place to work many times over, so the employees are happy, customers are happy. It's a great combination. We encourage you, when you have AC issues in the summertime, of course, winter, it's the furnace, make sure you check out our friends at Design Air. That website is designairservice.com to set up your appointment. You can always get just a checkup, a tune-up, and when it's time to replace the entire unit, this is the place to go. designairservice.com. Brad Thompson coming up at the bottom of the hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. TMA back at it on this Monday, 101 ESPN. Of course, the YouTube chat's going on. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can watch the show. You can chime in. Ooh. I got a tweet from John Scores the other day, and I said it's got to be the same John Scores that takes part in the daily chat. I was just commenting on the Erick Fedde start, and I said, even if he throws a no-hitter, this is like the worst decision, ridiculous. You got Michael McGreevy sitting in Memphis. He's 25 years old. And John Scores said, nice knowing you. So I didn't know if he meant I would be banned by the Cardinals.
I don't know. They're talking about meat temperatures in the YouTube chat right now. Jake and St. Genevieve in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says, medium rare for me on a steak or burger. Fully cooked but still juicy for the pork and chicken.
That's good information to have right now.
In case you were wondering, Doug, what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Brad Thompson's going to be with us in about 10 minutes or so talking some Cardinals. All-Star break cards are 5 games over, 51 and 46. They're in Arizona starting on Friday night, not back home until the 24th of July. And that's going to be with the Padres. A lot of games against the National League West. Cards did win that Sunday game before the break, avoided the sweep at the hands of Atlanta. Jose Fermin, first career home run. Cardinals limp into the break. It seems like everybody is a little bit nicked up. I know every team has injuries, but they seem to have some depleted options here down the stretch.
What odds would you give the Cardinals of making the playoffs this year at this point?
Is this the Vaughn index or is this an actual?
No, this is an actual take. I'm looking for a
gut.
take. Yeah.
It's just it's a crowded field. I'm going to say 15%.
15, even though they're only a game and a half out of the wild card spot.
Correct.
I go higher than that. I go 25%.
Okay.
25. So I went 15. Doug, what are you? You seem to be.
I'll go 16%.
16?
Because I don't think it'll get up to 25. And I want to get, everything that Martin said. I want every number between that and 25.
Very fair.
So the Brewers are currently the top wild card. They're 16 games over. The Mets, who have been upsetting their fans, as we've documented, are 13 games over. So those are your top two. Then that third wild card, which seems to be kind of the Cardinals' sweet spot if there's a year these days when they're contending. Padres are 8 over. That surprises me, too. Padres 8 over. Giants 7 over. And then the Cardinals at 5 over. So you are right there in the mix for a wild card spot.
As I look at the teams ahead of the Cardinals in the wild card race National League, the Cardinals have given up considerably more runs than all the teams ahead of them in the wild card race.
Right.
Not 1 or 2 runs, but 50 or more in some cases.
Doug, you gave a take in the commercial break that you're not the biggest fan of the Sunday cap for the Redbirds.
Not really.
The blue cap with the red bill,
bird on the front.
To me, it kind of looks like a Little League hat.
There's some about a different color brim than the crown of the hat that does look a little, and then the bird logo being there. I don't totally disagree with you. I love the Navy aspect of it, so it's tough for me to fully agree. I'd be curious if they were to wear the famous Navy road caps that they never wear unless they're playing teams that wear red hats. Try that out on a Sunday.
That'd be great.
See what that looks like with the white uniform. I'm not fully committed to it, but I know people really do like the Sunday hat, so you might get ripped for this.
I could. I really don't care.
If you love angel hair pasta and the Sunday cap, this has been a tough hour for you.
I like the all red or the all navy.
Yeah.
Chairman, is there can you find, and Kurt is great at finding this type of information, what is the playoff percentage for your St. Louis Cardinals, and is there a division percentage? Because the Cubs are clearly in the lead with the Brewers right behind them. Milwaukee's won 7 in a row. Cubs are 18 games over. I just look at it that way. The Cardinals are 5. They're 18. So you need them to kind of come back to the pack a little bit. Cardinals 51 and 46. I'm looking for percentages, Doug, to make the playoffs. Not the Vaughn index.
Right.
But maybe percentage to win the division. You're still going to go head-to-head with Milwaukee in the second half. You'll go head-to-head with the Cubs. But I'm just, my gut, Doug, tells me that it's just one of those years. And you know what we're going to have to do then? Are they buyers or are they sellers? Are they buyers? Are they sellers? They're neither. If they sell, it'll be minimal. If they buy, it'll be minimal.
Oh, my God. Look at this. I have the numbers.
You got it? Jackson Burkett.
To win the division, would you like any guesses?
Is this a percentage number we're looking at?
Percentage number.
I'll say 10%.
10%, Doug.
I'll say 7%.
Chairman? Percent to make the playoffs?
To make the division. This is division.
To win the division. Sorry.
What I think it is, or what?
Yeah,
No,
what I think it is.
No,
What you think it is?
0%.
Not his personal choice.
Why? I have the info. I have it right here in front
I
of
thought
me.
you were asking him to guess what the number is.
Yes, I am.
And he's giving you his personal opinion.
His personal opinion.
I don't care. I'm going to say 0%.
Okay.
It's 3.2% to win the division.
That's what the official percentage is.
To make the playoffs, wild card division is 28%.
28?
28%,
So,
according to Fangraphs. This is
Fangraphs, which is sort of what they do.
Yes. To clinch the wild card, 24.8%.
So to make it in,
28%. And then to win the World Series, 0.9%.
So they don't like our chances that much.
Well,
I think the Cardinals are one of those teams where it's going to go right down to the last day before the trade deadline before they decide whether they're buyers or sellers.
Right.
They're not buyers or sellers. They're just, whatever they do, it's always minimum.
Right.
Like the days of getting John Lackey and shipping out Alan Craig and Joe Kelly, like it's just not.
Yeah, I don't think they're capable of seismic moves this year to be clearly a buyer or a seller.
And our guy Phil Maton, that was the first home run he'd given up in a year.
That's crazy.
Happened on Saturday.
And it cost him a game.
And then Helsley, home run again. Helsley has not been as good as clearly not as good as he was last year. That was always the biggest piece. You could always go back to a Sonny Gray, go back to a Contreras and say, hey, you sure you still want to be here? And see what the market is for them. But for the most part, what are your pieces if you are, quote, selling? And if they're buying, it'll be some middle reliever from Cleveland.
Yeah.
So let's just stop with all the buying and selling conversation. We'll talk cards with Brad Thompson.
Before we do, Tim's going to tell us about the title sponsor of this program. That's Brown Crouppen.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, and they have been for a couple of years, and we're very grateful for their support. If you love this program, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game, and Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. They are local. They are committed to St. Louis. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979, and they are still here supporting the community and taking care of their clients. Brown and Crouppen knows that if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who knows the local area and the local legal environment. That's what they specialize in. It's Brown and Crouppen, committed to the St. Louis area, having just recently built brand new offices on the Hill. The number is 314-222-2222, or you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Less baseball talk, guys. More pasta talk. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. Earlier, a texter said you need to talk about the Missouri Baking Company closing. I thought we'd heard that was looming. Is that still a thing? That's unbelievable. That is
every time you go, you got to wait through 10, 12 people before you order.
Yeah.
It could be maybe they've made enough money and are just tired of the grind.
I think there was some kind of, was there a feud or something? Let's see. To be sold, the Favazas hope to buy it again. Missouri Baking Company is to be sold. We'll get into that, and we'll talk pasta with Brad Thompson, Cardinal announcer, on deck here on the Morning After. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to for your next vehicle. If you're in the market for a car, but you're not sure what you can afford, what you can get approved for, they're going to help you with little to no money down to also get you the best rate possible. AutoLoan Pro works with over 50 different lenders, going to get you the best financing they can. AutoLoanPro.com, the website, that's where you'll find the free playbook we've been telling you about. They put this together for people to better understand how the credit industry works and to make sure you can get the next vehicle you want, to always be able to buy a car that you really have your eyes on. You got to do that by understanding the credit system. You can do it with that free playbook. Little to no money down. Pretty good system here. Best rates possible. Great selection on top of it all. It's the website, AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Dallas Mavericks are shutting down Cooper Flagg, the first overall pick of the NBA draft this year, for the remainder of the NBA Summer League. Sources have confirmed to ESPN's Tim McMahon, ending the rookie star's Las Vegas stint after just 2 games. Those are their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I think we heard the phrase last week. I said it was on the morning show, ESPN Mothership, when Chris Canty said guys going on vacation. He called them parking lot shows because they had the car running in the parking lot. Think about the big leaguers. Yeah, it's a hard 9. You got to win every game you can. They all matter just the same, but it's the last game before the All-Star break. Cardinals and Braves, neither team is, soaring. It's the last game before the All-Star break, and there were 4 hours of rain delays, 2 different rain delays. Brad Thompson was in the booth. BT, that was a fun old Sunday at the ball yard.
You know what? That was exactly what everybody was expecting, wasn't it? Out of that one, and who's counting? But it was 4 hours and 2 minutes. Every minute counts when you're going through that. That was nuts. And look, the game probably should have never even started with the way that the weather was, but they wanted to get it through. MLB has a lot more say on this than either one of the teams. So I got a feeling, I know that pretty much everyone's travel plans were busted with that evening. So everybody's trying to scramble today to figure it out and get where they're supposed to be. But you got to do what you got to do, and you got to focus. You got to figure out a way to win a game. The Cardinals were able to do that. So that part of it was great, but that was one that I've never seen anything like that. The three different tarp pulls. Credit to the grounds crew. Bill Finley and his crew were awesome yesterday, but that was an outlier for sure.
Did it ruin your travel plans? Were you planning to go anywhere?
No. I will be honest. Until I got a text from Jackson this morning, I totally forgot I had this today.
Oh no!
I said to Jackson this morning, I said, "Are you sure he's coming on?" He goes, "Oh, I don't know. I haven't texted him yet." I said, "It's the All-Star break, brother."
Yeah, totally forgot. But no travel plans for me. We were going to do something that got busted. So it'll be staycation. Got to figure out some way to keep the kids busy for 4 or 5 days.
There's nothing wrong with that. Just kind of chill out a little bit. I'm curious, though, like the prize. I always thought the teams had a little more say. It seemed pretty evident from everyone that I talked to that MLB was like, just get the game in. I loved how Chip pointed out that the Giants and Dodgers game had already ended out west, and they'd played 11 innings, and the Cardinals were the last game still going. Big leaguers, $1 million players. I get it. Nobody cares. Ushers, people working in the building, not a lot of fun for them either. I can't believe people stayed, but is it always MLB's call?
Yeah, I think that this has shifted drastically in the last couple of years, and I don't know all of the logistics around it, but it used to be like the home club, and you're going to come to an agreement, obviously, with the opposition, and their GMs or presidents of baseball operations would work it out. But I think that Major League Baseball has taken a larger role, and I think that it really kind of expanded with Major League Baseball doing it when the schedule changed, and now we have our balanced schedule, because it's a lot more difficult to find these off days. Now, with the matchup with the Braves and the Cardinals, there are actually 4 corresponding off days that they could have picked from, but that is a pain in the butt, too, flying into a city for 1 day. So, yeah, Major League Baseball has taken a larger role in that. I don't know what the exact rules are, but I have a feeling that if it were on the teams, and when I say I have a feeling, I mean I know, if it were on the teams, they probably would have banged that a lot earlier.
All right, they do win the game. Jose Fermin, good for him. First career home run, very likable guy, plays the role, utility role, but you just kind of look up and down that lineup over the weekend, and boy, Arenado's out. Now Newt's dealing with something. It does seem like this team was sort of limping to the finish line.
Oh, there is no question. This All-Star break is coming at a perfect time. Even the guys that were answering the bell are banged up at this point. Like, they've just been run hard. They need a little bit of time off and need to reset. And I echo what you said about Fermin. The guy's a gamer. He's always smiling. The smile was a little bit wider. Saw a few more teeth after that first big league home run. That was a cool moment. But they need a breather. They need a little downtime. And look, the injuries right now, it's a big deal. I know that Newt in the last couple of weeks has been scuffling. He's also been dealing with, some lingering pain. Maybe that has a little bit to do with it, but they put him on the IL, so he'll be able to return, I believe, near the end of the Colorado series. Arenado's been dealing with the finger and shoulder. Gorman was not available yesterday. His back locked up on him. It's like they've got some guys that are just in need of a little bit of reset and a little bit of time, because if you're going to make a push, and I believe a game and a half out of the wild card, 6.5 games back of the Cubbies here at the All-Star break, your offense is going to have to be a big part of what you're doing. You're not going to totally revamp your pitching staff. I know that we'll all keep a close eye at the trade deadline and see what happens there, but your offense is going to have to pick up the pace a little bit more than they have in the last month. And, we all know the numbers on the season are a heck of a lot better than they were the last couple of years, but you're going to have to lean on that group, and you're going to have to be healthy.
You somewhat encouraged by what we saw from Michaelis on, Thursday, and then Fedde Saturday? They both look better?
Yeah, it was better for sure. Look, Michaelis has those, like where he'll have a couple of rough ones, and then he'll bounce back. I think when you look before that start on Friday, the last two had not been good for him, but the previous 13, he had a 3.5 ERA. Like, 13 is not a small sample size when it comes to a starter. So he has given you what you expect a fifth starter to give you. But I did like a lot of the adjustments that he made, specifically leaning on his changeup a little bit more. He threw it to righties and lefties. He is not going to outstuff you. He has to execute pitches. Same thing with Fedde. And he's got to pitch backwards and hit corners and keep them off balance, and he did all of those things really well. So I was happy to see that for Michaelis. And for Fedde, you're right. It was a bounce-back performance after giving up a bunch of runs, 7 in 2 straight, and then only lasting an inning in, 2/3 it was against the Cubs the last time out. They were going to be quick on the trigger with going to the bullpen with Fedde, and they needed a step in the right direction for Erick, right? To just give them a little something to build off. Who knows what the future looks like for him? Who knows if he is in a deal somewhere or he's part of the rotation for the rest of the year, whatever it is. But they needed progress either way, and you saw a little bit of it.
Yeah, I didn't understand the move at all. But if you're Michael McGreevy, and you know what it's like to work your way through the system or whatever, do you think he just keeps his head down and says, hey, I'll get a shot at some point? How do you think the mental side of it can affect a player?
So the mental side of it can crush you if you don't know what the plan is. Like, if you are just in the dark and you don't know anything, it sucks. But I will say this, and I know from talking to him and from talking to Ollie and guys in the organization, that he has been in their lockstep with what they're doing. It's not like he's getting called up and he thinks he's here to stay. Like, they've communicated incredibly well with him while he's here and while he's in Memphis too. Like, it's that communication process is so much better than maybe it has been years and years ago, where you get sent down to Memphis and it's like, well, I'm not even a part. Am I even in the same organization? Like, you feel like you're just gone. Now you've got Dusty checking on them after a start or after a side and different things to work on. So while it's frustrating because you want to be in the big leagues and you know you deserve to be in the big leagues, there's no reason other than you have veterans that are here that are making money that you're not, and you need depth organizationally because you're tested there depth-wise. But he has done everything with every opportunity to be here, and he will be up here, and he'll get the opportunity to stay at some point, and that point for him is hopefully soon. But I love the way that they have communicated with him, and I love the way that they've kept him mentally in a good spot. Because if you don't do that, you're absolutely right. You can lose a player, you can build some bad blood, and there is none of that there with McGreevy.
And I he's 25. That's what drives me crazy. It's the runway season, but I don't expect you to go nuts on that. That's my job, Doug, is to be angry about it. Jordan Walker also working his way back. I think this second half, much like we said in the first half, it's going to be big to get him back and to get him the at-bats as this season was billed, to kind of see what we have. What have you heard of late about Jordan Walker?
Well, look, you can just look at the numbers for Jordan overall, and he needs all the time he can get and all the at-bats that he can get, because this is going to be the hard part. If you're going down the stretch right now, and you are in the thick of things, and who knows, again, what they do at the trade deadline, but if you're in it in the wild card and you got to put your best lineup out there day in and day out, is Jordan Walker a part of that best lineup? Like, he is at a point, too, where if you have some better options out there, gosh, it's very difficult to throw that out in the lineup every day, even though we've talked about the runway being there for him. So that is going to be, to me, one of the more intriguing storylines is, does somebody push for those at-bats that would be Walker, or does he steal those right back? He did such a good job of turning himself into not only like a serviceable outfielder, but the work that he put in this offseason, all season long with John Jay and the staff, like, turned himself into a really good outfielder. Now you just need that bat to be able to translate for him. So I think that his case is really interesting. How would you guys do it with Jordan Walker? Would you run him out there every day in the second half just to continue to find out what you have?
Well, I think if you're still in the wild card mix, and this is where Ollie Marmol is kind of put in the weird spot where it's like, let's see what we have with these younger guys. And you're like, yeah, I know, but the rest we kind of want to win. And if we have a chance, it'd be different if they were like 10 games under right now, maybe even 5 games under. But I think I got to play them more times than not. Otherwise, I still don't know. And so you do have guys who get injured, and Newt's been out a bunch. So I would say my short answer is I want to play him as much as I can, but I'm not 100% saying you're in there every day.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to handle it, and it's an easier thing to talk about and a harder thing to deploy, because you know that from a managerial standpoint, I mean, you laid out the reasons why you wouldn't do it at times, but then you also have to keep a young player ready. So it is a bit of a balancing act there.
Pozo probably not able to play the outfield anywhere. That's the bat you need. Yeah. That's the right-handed bat.
You know, you can do anything if you want to. We've seen some pretty, maybe we'll call them limited. We've seen some limited outfielders over the years, but I don't know if it's on their plan of attack at this point. But you're right. Well, that's why you've seen him catch. You've seen him DH. Like, you need more right-handed thump in your lineup, and that's why Jordan Walker's bat, if he can reach where they hope he does, is so important. But Pozo has served a pretty incredible role on this team that you didn't really think that you'd have. He's come up with huge hits. He's done a good job behind the plate, and he's been awesome. And speaking of awesome, how nice was it to get Herrera back in the ball game yesterday for all 7 hours of it, because it was that was a big pickup. I didn't realize coming into the season, I don't think anybody realized how important the bat of Vaughn Herrera was going to be. So that's a big push in the second half, too. Got to figure out a way to keep him healthy and keep getting him at bats, because, look, Pajes has been doing the bulk of the catching. He is by far your best catcher. He's your best game caller. He's your best preparer, and you want him out there as much as you can. But you got to find a spot for Herrera also. Like, that's going to be interesting.
Yesterday in the draft, they got one of the best college pitchers out there, throwing close to 100 miles an hour, Liam Doyle from Tennessee. How long would you suspect it would take a pitcher like that to get to the big leagues?
I would hope next year. Like, I hope that his skill set appears to be that close. Stuff-wise, he's that close. We see other organizations in baseball do this a lot. Like, you get a guy in, and he gets to the big leagues quickly. Why waste some of those bullets? Now, you're going to have to see how he translates. I mean, look, he was the SEC Pitcher of the Year. He set the strikeout record at Tennessee. This kid has got everything that you could possibly want out of a guy, and a freaking competitor. I know you guys watched all the videos of him. If you're a lip reader, boy, I'm a big fan of this kid. He's just going after everybody. But I would hope that you would be able to get him to the league pretty quickly. I mean, I would assume that next year he probably ends up starting in Double-A. You'd see him in big league camp. So it is a projectable arm that can move fast. Now, you're still going to have to build up innings for him. You still got to figure out exactly how you want to do it. But that's an exciting pick. I don't know how you guys expected the draft to go. I mean, the Nationals threw a huge wrench in everything, and not a wrench. I think they helped out a lot of clubs by going with the 17-year-old Eli Willits right off the top when everybody thought it was going to be Cade Anderson or Ethan Holiday. I didn't think that Liam Doyle was going to be there at that spot. So an exciting pick there, certainly at number 5 for the Cardinals, and an arm that could help you very fast. I thought they did a good job just overall day one. Ryan Mitchell, a high upside high school kid in round 2, and then Liam's teammate Tanner Franklin. This is a guy, a reliever that throws 100, 2-pitch pitcher right now, but he's a guy, you want to talk about fast track. I mean, you could get a guy like that to the big leagues very quickly. That you don't have to worry about the innings load as much. If that second pitch could translate, he topped that at 102, I think it was. Tanner Franklin did. So a couple of high-impact arms for an organization that does not have a ton of high-impact arms, or at least at the upper minor leagues. I thought it was a couple of great picks.
Did you ever top out at 102, or you were more like 101 or so, right?
Well, if they let me throw it twice, or if we're getting the reading off the bat, I saw a couple of 101s, 102s. Every once in a while, you'd see a 93, 94 for me. I did have one on an ESPN game that the gun was juiced for sure because it said 96. There's not a snowball chance in hell I threw a ball at 96. So I can only imagine what that feels like to throw a baseball like that. To just look, as Liam Doyle did, look at another, and I was angry on the mound anyhow, but he looked at another hitter and then told him, "You are blanked," and then threw 102 right past him or whatever it was. That's a great skill set to have.
See, when you joined the Fast Lane, it was like Brad finally hit 101. It just took him
that's what it was.
took a radio gig. A lot of folks, including the Phillies, upset at Major League Baseball when the Brewers' young guy, Jacob Mizorowski, added to the All-Star team. He's only played in 5 games. What was the line that Nick Castellanos said? It's Savannah Bananas. Trey Turner said it's a joke. Do you think that would be the opinion of the majority of players since the kid's only had 5 games?
I do, and it's no disrespect to Mizorowski, who is phenomenally talented. The Cardinals got a chance to see it firsthand as he went 6-0 hit against them in his debut. But that is a very small sample size. Now, I don't know. I believe I read this somewhere that Major League Baseball called 12 different guys, and none of them wanted to or were able to pitch in the game. So maybe that ends up being part of it. Look, they're trying to showcase some of their stars out there. He is an electric young arm. So I get why Major League Baseball would do it. But from a player standpoint, 5 games and you're an all-star, that's kind of a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, probably a record, I would think. I wonder if Sonny Gray was called. They should have called Sonny Gray, but I could see him saying, I don't think so.
I could absolutely see him saying that too, and I don't have the knowledge of that or not if Sonny was called, but I could definitely see him taking it to the house. And look, he pitched yesterday anyhow, so he wouldn't have been available for the All-Star game, so that one wouldn't even set up well, you know.
Right. It is amazing to me how many guys complain if they don't get picked, and then those same veterans can't wait to opt out just every year.
No, I know. It's one obviously, and I know from talking to, and I'm sure you guys talked to and heard from Brendan Donovan, what an honor it is. First time All-Star. There's a different feel the first time. I'm sure if you're a guy that has been there year after year, you would love to have your 3-4 days built in, but it's an incredible honor to be among the best out there. So hopefully the guys all enjoy it. You hope that you're able to just keep everybody healthy, build in some rest for a couple of days, and then get back to work because the season obviously does not allow too many breaks. So we just want to keep everybody healthy and get back rocking again next week.
Brad Thompson, one of the voices of the Cardinals, checking in with us as he does every Monday, unless it's the All-Star break and he forgets, and then we text him in the morning. He is here with us. BT, enjoy the break.
All right, you guys have a good week, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you.
Brad Thompson here on The Morning After. You can email this show, themorningafter@InsideSTL.com. The Design Air email today coming your way in about an hour. Monday edition here. Minus Tim, one more day.
Oh, brother.
He's tough. He's with us right now.
He's here.
He's right with us right now, telling us about James Carlton.
James Carlton has been my insurance agent going back to March of 2019. Now, James started advertising on my podcast and then on TMA, and I was with somebody else, being honest with you. And then the next thing I know, I got an emergency situation on a March night when we came back from spring training, and I reached out to James on a Saturday night, and he was kind enough to help us out in an emergency situation. And I recall thinking to myself, why am I not working with the best? I think for a lot of people, you kind of inherit your insurance agent, whether it be from family or it's just a friend. And I understand all that, and you never want to have that awkward conversation. But my decision was based on my responsibility is to put my family in the best position possible. And by working with James Carlton, making the switch, I put my family in the best position possible when it came to our home, auto, and life insurance. You can do the exact same thing. Go online at carltoninsurance.net or give them a call at 314-961-4800. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you, and now you, too, will be working with the best. The best is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net.
Guys, I'm in Milwaukee again, or California again. Glorilla is from Memphis. Dick Groats Gagger? Does that make sense, Doug? I'm in
None whatsoever. No.
I'm in California again. Glorilla is from Memphis. Does that help?
Glorilla.
Okay.
The GLO and the GLE.
What is Glorilla?
Glorilla is a rapper from Memphis.
From Memphis.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Put in perspective, Cards are only 8 games back of the best record in baseball. They're 7 behind the Dodgers, 4 games back of the Phillies and Mets, 3 games back of the Yankees, 2 games back of the Padres and Red Sox. So from a money spent and return, they are looking pretty good. In other words, they weren't expected to do much. I think the Fangraphs, wasn't it 76, 77, like expected win total?
Yeah, right.
Was really
Before
low.
the season, it was like 76 or 77 and a half.
Yeah, so they're way ahead of schedule.
I think if you told us at spring training we're sitting there, this team's going to be 5 games above 500 at the All-Star break, we'd be like, oh, huh.
You'd have taken that.
How do you like that? Mm-hmm. You make a lot of
Game and a half out of the
noises.
wild card?
Yeah.
We go, oh, what? Yeah.
Oh.
Like a Ted Knight vehicle.
How about the Fresca?
TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, the 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. We're about to close out the 9 o'clock hour, bring you into the 10 o'clock hour. BK Ferrari coming your way at 11. If you missed Chris Kerber, he was in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. Always go back to the podcast, a very candid discussion about the television moves that the Blues made last week. BT, part of the show. It's our Monday tradition here on 101 ESPN.
This is Glorilla.
Don't dance to that.
This is Glorilla.
Kurt's probably a big Glorilla guy.
Look at him over there.
Oh, gosh.
Is this glorious since it's Glorilla?
That is the name of the album.
I know. I could see it over your shoulder. Otherwise, I would have no clue.
Got a whole album of this kind of music?
Yeah, this is with St. Louis and Sexy
Fabulous
Red.
stuff, yeah.
Get sexy.
But she's not really from here. Was born here, but
Sexy
kinda,
Red?
Yeah.
No, you're thinking of SZA.
SZA, I was thinking. I'm sorry.
SZA's born
Doug,
in
I
St.
got
Louis.
SZA and
Yeah.
Sexy Red
Sexy
mixed
Red,
up.
born and raised.
Okay. Quamaine Vayukas IV, who was often sideways with me, sometimes Jackson said, hell yeah, Jackson.
Hey, listen, there's someone texting about Glorilla. Seems like an easy opportunity to play some tunes.
314, hit it, Jackson.
Yep.
Yes. This is the same person who texted in about Glorilla.
Yeah, I love Memphis rap, so anytime anyone suggests that, I'm happy to play
Well, the TMA Reddit Insider says, turn this off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's
you're
a
always,
better idea.
Music is a polarizing thing, you know? Some people like things and some people don't.
I thought Doug was the fun Nazi. He's kind of the music Nazi. Kind of decides what is and is not acceptable.
I wouldn't say
it's
that.
just-
He gives his takes, and I think
It's
that's
just
fair.
interesting what we accept now as being good. You know, it used to be good, had to be really well thought out, clever, intelligent, with a great beat, and now it's just whatever crap you want to yell into a microphone
I think
counts
there's
as
some
music.
of that. I think there's some of that. But you heard the Woody Guthrie thing where you said the same thing.
Yeah, I
that
didn't think that was very good
that was in
either.
the late 50s.
You don't
know?
you don't have to just accept anything as that's
Sure.
great.
I would tell you that some of the most clever music of the last 20 years has come out of the hip hop space.
I don't know.
Hey,
I
but
don't
that's
know
hey,
about that.
different strokes, different folks.
With a minor. is that in the creative
that whole
realm?
Beef was pretty
Bizarre?
interesting in that regard, but no, I wouldn't say that would be in the prime example.
Iceman's coming, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Glow. Let's go, Jackie.
People like Glorilla. Memphis rap in general is really fun.
Guys, is it a banger when it makes me want to bang my head on the wall? That's from the 618.
In some ways, yeah.
Bangers and birthdays. Doug is the classic who cares what people like guy until it's something he doesn't like the food and music. That's from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute.
Who cares what people like guy until it's something he doesn't like?
What about Jimbo
I
Fisher?
don't care if you like it or not. I'm just saying I don't. I don't care what you like or not.
Boy, these guys named Fisher always get a big old bag on the way out, don't they?
Yeah.
We'll take the money and talk well of Stan.
What was the Jimbo buyout? Was it
70 million A&M.
Oh my
Can you imagine Texas A&M's athletic department just says, all right, any oil guys out there that are alums, yeah, we need to pay this guy to go away.
It always reminds me of Ed Orgeron when he got told he was leaving his buyout. He said, when he heard what his buyout was, he goes, when do you want me to leave and what door do you want me to leave out of?
Greatest voice ever for a coach.
Oh yeah, perfect. He was like a perfect LSU head coach.
Right.
Exactly what you think of when you think of Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Crap sandwich.
Crap.
Yeah, just they didn't approve.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, it's not for everybody.
Okay.
No music is for everyone. No one makes music just for everybody. You know,
It's fair.
and pick your lane.
Some people like some things.
Some people don't like other things. Yeah.
Other things. The 618 was mad at us, said soft ass media about the Cardinals. And I think we were reading the texter that said, hey, the Cardinals are right there, 7 back of the dot or whatever.
But when you take a step back and look at things, and especially from where we've come from.
But the bar is low. And remember Adam Wainwright on this show last week. He was saying, hey, aren't you guys kind of happy and surprised? This is better than we thought. And I said, yeah, but I think the bar is too low.
Yeah, but like the idea that a great team just manifests itself when we established before the season that wasn't a great rotation, a lot of question marks in the lineup, and to be 5 games over 500, all things considered, ain't half bad. I think it's okay to have that take and not be labeled soft media, even though you still will be.
And one of the frustrating things is, boy, there's another 4 or 5 games that they just let get away right there
This
at
weekend,
the end. You could be
prime
right
example.
there with just a few more breaks.
Probably should have swept this weekend.
Well,
certainly taken 2 or 3.
The Michaelis and Fedde starts. You just do the math. There you are. There's you're probably what, 8 under when those two start. That just go 500 in those. Right. There's and so this is yes, and Michaelis, Doug pointed this out I think accurately the other day. As frustrating as he is, does have a little bit of a history with the team of having been effective at times, been good at times. The Fedde thing is why it just mystifies me. You don't owe him anything in any way. God bless him, nice guy. Literally money. He makes $7 million, so you're halfway through the year. It's not a lot of money.
He's been on the team less than a year.
Yeah, there is no history there. And just say, sorry, buddy, it's not going well. But to just continue to roll him out, and the notion that it had trade implicate like its value, I'm like, oh, for God's sakes, there's nobody that's pining to get Erick Fedde. God bless him. That's the thing. You could talk me into as frustrating as it is. It was his third after 2 really bad ones. Fedde had already had the 3 bad ones. And on Saturday, it's fine if you want to burn your bullpen every time he pitches. He gave you 4 2/3. It's like practically a standing O for that. It's just, there's not an answer in the world. And at some point, I will ask Mozilla, explain to me how McGreevy doesn't fit in this year's plan. And I think he did try to explain it at Wrigley, where he said, it's because we don't have a lot of depth at Memphis. I'm like, well, who cares?
Yeah, I don't care about what's going on.
And I think
in
the point was, well, if we bring him up and then we need more pitching, who are we going to turn to? So it's like he's so valuable just sitting there. I'm like, that makes no sense. I think Fedde would have been a great candidate for the fake IL. I've been saying that forever. Teams do it. You just make up an injury. The Cardinals have done it. You make up an injury. Take 10 days off, get your mind right, study some tape. McGreevy will take your spot for a while, and we don't know what's going to happen after
Give him a shot. I guess it also points out
logic.
It also points out how hard it is to find 5 starters that can take the ball every 5 days and get you 5 or 6 quality innings on a regular basis. It's hard to come up with 5.
Clearly. But I would say you could even argue that, okay, then start using Graceffo as a starter. Start stretching him out. You know, find out.
Do something different when you know that it's not working.
Correct. You're throwing a season away. Okay, so let's take that Pollyanna view that says, hey, this season is better than anyone thought. Okay, what are you going to do with it?
Right.
You're going to throw it away by using guys who are not very good and just saying, well, we don't have any other choice, but you do.
Yeah.
That's the part I think where people are just maddeningly frustrated when you see a problem and it just persists and everyone sees the same thing. And I'm sorry that Fedde start on Saturday doesn't make you feel any better about his next start.
Absolutely not.
It's not like everything's fine now.
No.
But you watch, they'll come out of the break and the rotation will be exactly the same. And you're like, okay, so what are we doing?
Right. I'm looking at an article in The Athletic from Katie Wu and another writer. The other writer, of course, being named Patrick Mooney. And
he's a Cubs guy, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. And John Mozeliak is quoted saying, I think that's why the trade deadline has become so much fun. In the past, those bubble GMs would just stay put. Now you're kind of seeing a lot of moving parts. Part of it is because they are kind of in and kind of out. And then the article later says, St. Louis is another club that could look to alter the outlook of the market should it decide to sell. Quote from an executive, anonymous executive, the Cardinals can be a linchpin for a lot of teams. They have a lot of players teams are interested in. From an executive, unnamed executive. I have to question who those players would be.
The kind of players you wouldn't want to get rid of.
Yeah. The Brendan Donovans of the world.
And Newt's name was thrown around, but now he's injured.
I still think that's one you absolutely kicked. You hear a lot of offers on Lars Nootbaar. If I was in charge of the team.
You'd be willing to move him, you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Burleson is another guy that teams would want if they're looking for a bat.
I'd hold on to him.
With Martin.
Because Burley got the bat. I think I got to keep him. Helsley, we probably waited too long.
Win, people would want.
Yeah, I don't think we want.
And you got Weatherholt waiting to come up. You could get something for Win. I'm not saying I want them to trade him, and I don't think they will. But if you're talking about teams other players want, these are the guys. They don't want the guys who are hitting 230 any more than the Cardinals do.
Like Hampson. Think we can get some for Hampson?
They don't want guys who are struggling, the guys that you want to trade. The other teams aren't interested in those guys.
Like if Phil Mayton would have some value to some team.
Yeah.
Now for a bullpen, now you kind of need him. Are you in it? Okay. Do you care if you're in it?
And he's probably the closer if you trade Helsley.
Right.
Right. Like, what is it? What is there a label you can put on it if they were to trade, let's say, Nootbaar and Helsley? Would that be considered a sell? Depending on who they get, is that considered a buy? Like, what do you call that?
Well, if you trade Helsley, that's a selling position. He's your closer. what's the return? I would look into it still, for sure.
Yeah.
And especially, I hate to say it, but especially as he struggled, maybe now's the time to don't let him drop off anymore. Well, he's still got value for sure.
How tempted would you be to sign Liam Doyle real quick and say, hey, we need you right now. You're pitching Thursday.
There was somebody...
but you got McGreevy, who was a first-round pick 4 years ago, who can't crack this rotation.
I feel like there was someone with the Royals maybe a decade ago who like became the first guy to pitch in the College World Series and in the MLB World Series in like the same year. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but I feel like there was someone like that.
Probably look it up.
If you got somebody throwing 100 miles an hour right now, blowing through SEC competition, he could probably pitch in the majors right now.
I'd want him to stare down other teams too. Really,
come in real cocky.
Fire him up. You know, like when Juan Soto first came in the league and was grabbing on his package when he was taking balls and doing the Soto shuffle. I was like, I really respect that. I think this is pretty incredible.
Well, Michael Wacha was drafted in 2012 summer, and then he was pitching big October games in 2013.
Yeah.
Al Kaline was drafted in high school and played for the Tigers that summer.
Really?
Brandon Finnegan, a former TCU pitcher, made history by becoming the first player to pitch in both the College World Series and the MLB World Series in the same year. That unique feat occurred in 2014. Played for TCU in the College World Series, then joined the Royals and pitched in the Major League.
That's crazy.
I expect it would be a lot easier as a reliever to come in and throw an inning maybe.
Yeah, than to start. You know, like Anthony Reyes and that Anthony Reyes-Justin Verlander game 1 of 06 is really cool for many reasons. But the fact that like 2 rookies facing off in game 1 of the World Series is crazy.
Doyle versus PCA is going to be awesome. Talking about the Cubs star, Crow Armstrong with Doyle here.
Could be years to come with that.
So in the next couple of years, he wants a rights holder. Quinn Matthews, Tank Hentz, Michael McGreevy, if he's allowed to be here.
Palante.
Liam.
Yeah.
I'm talking the young arms.
Yeah.
Quinn, Liam, Hentz, McGreevy.
Yep.
Now we're talking. After we shoot some other players into the sun. Andrew Miller went from UNC in the College World Series to playing with the Tigers without playing in the minor leagues.
Yeah. There have been a number of players that were able to skip the minor leagues. Not a lot, but some.
Right. Rarity.
Man, I still think we should have sent Alex Gordon. That's a Royals fan bemoaning past history, I guess, to the 636. Bring him in, big man. That's from Jamie's Vacation Speedo.
Doug, if you're feeling like you're watching the sun in your home, should you call Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, well, I don't even think Design Air could cool you off from the sun, but they would try. Seth Goldcamp would get somebody out there, one of his handsome repairmen, and they would do their darndest. They've been doing this since 1904. Now, Seth hasn't been around since that long, but his family has. I mean, that's a century, more than a century, of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They're the longest-running sponsor on TMA also, and that loyalty says a lot. Seth Goldcamp has built a team that you can trust. They truly value integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the very handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Morning, fellas. Happy Monday. You're all glowing this morning. Especially you, Doug. Thanks for the sports talk today. What did you guys do this weekend? Is it Tuesday yet? When's Tim back? That's from the Upper Decker Bob. Upper Decker Bob. Well, Doug found his remote. I actually got a new one delivered.
Yeah.
Jackson did not eat angel hair pasta.
I did not.
That's confirmed.
Played 3 rounds of golf.
3 rounds of golf.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Wow, look at this guy.
All over the place, really. Southern Illinois. We had the western part of St. Louis County. No, not Annbriar. Okay. Saturday.
It's kind of saying none of your business.
County. Kind of all over the place. Yeah, we played off. It was great. It was really hot on Friday. Good Lord. Sweaty boy.
Jackson.
But Saturday and Sunday, I played Sunday morning before the rain hit. Great temperatures. Saturday, it was like 87 and clear in the afternoon. It was great. Can't ask for much more in July.
Friday had my wife's out of town, lacrosse. A big opportunity, Doug, to get out of town to go to Delaware for the weekend to play club lacrosse. I don't think they really enjoyed. My mother-in-law went to, and wife and daughter. They
didn't enjoy your mother-in-law?
I don't think they enjoyed Delaware a great deal. I don't know. Maybe they didn't see the nicer parts.
Yeah, Wilmington. Greater Wilmington.
You don't hear a lot about Delaware.
You don't. And so they were saying, what should we do? I said, I've never been to. I'm Googling over the weekend things to do in Dover.
Yeah.
How far are the beaches? I go, this beach. He goes, yeah, we went there. Yeah, we went there. Yeah.
I think you go there if you're a big company, you need to get incorporated.
GoodOrBad.com has some arms in the Delaware region.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, you know.
Top states, would Delaware be in the bottom third, maybe? Anyway, I'm sure it's a great state.
I always found it fascinating when you see a really big boat on the ocean. They're almost always licensed in Delaware.
Is that right?
There are reasons.
Yeah.
So while they were there, then I took the boys over to WWT Raceway. You know, they have a go-kart track inside the track.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'd always heard about it, always seen. We finally went and did it.
Was it awesome?
These things go like 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it was about 110 degrees out.
Nice.
We had the younger kid too, so I actually didn't do it, but the boys did it. And you have to do a little video training,
Sure,
it's full helmet and everything, but it's really cool. A lot of companies do it for like team bonding and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's called the Kartplex. It's inside and it's got multiple turns. This is not, you Hoosiers and Branson bumping into each other. This is there's kids that are like on the circuit, go-kart circuit. They're over there training, that are like the next Jeff Gordon or whatever. But pretty cool. The only downside, Doug, we ended up coming back, ended up on that Span Bridge, the beautiful bridge.
Sure.
Veterans Memorial. And then it drops you off right there, right around Crown Candy-ish. And people listening that commute from Illinois probably take that bridge all the time. If you do, when it takes you right down to the stoplight, there's a giant homeless encampment, which is fine. As you're driving along that street, there are people. It looks like The Wire, and it's sad. I'm sure a lot of it's drug use. It is really sad, but this is for people getting off that bridge. This is their welcome to St. Louis moment. I'm telling you, people listening know what I'm talking about. I had not been on that bridge in a long time. And when it drops you off there, I think it's right at Tucker, and you're on the north end of downtown, there were people like the one person almost just like walked into traffic. I mean, they're just like zombies kind of walk. It's a bizarre scene. If you've done it, it's a little spooky, I would say. It's just not the best visual for people arriving into our town. But the rest of the day was fun. So thanks for asking and inquiring where Jackson played golf, because he won't tell you.
That's right.
Doug shares his stories. I share mine. Chairman Kurt, how was your weekend?
I had a good weekend.
Get vague, Doug. Vague seems to be the key with these youngsters.
Well, I mean, it's not like Doug described. He said he got a new TV remote.
You gotta suffer through grown-ups too.
I didn't do anything crazy like get a new remote.
Yeah, he's not really peeling back the curtain all that much.
Edge.
Doug really opened up to us.
Jackson, tell us by minute what you did. Doug, I got a remote. All right, that'll do.
Thanks for sharing.
Kurt, you do you, baby.
No, I had a fun weekend.
That's good.
Oh, look at that, Doug. You had a fun
Anything
weekend.
You can share? Not really.
No, hey,
okay.
Had a date Friday night.
Oh, that's good.
Here we go.
All right.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
And it went well.
I think it did go pretty well.
You're looking at rings.
Oh, let's not go crazy. We've been down that road.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
That's my favorite.
That sounds like it's a woman, but it sounds like the little kid in an old Western who just saw a fire in town.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
I love that drop so much.
Doug, please say Dan Beal.
Dan Beal.
Dan Beal.
I can't do that.
Why? We're taking requests for
I can't roll my L's like that.
That was from Harrison's brother Master, who has requested multiple times a name change to Joey Vitale Talks Too Much, and Jackson said no.
Yeah, it's a no-go.
You are forever
Harrison's
brother Master.
Yep, you get stuck with that goofy-ass name.
So you can keep an eye on him.
Yep, absolutely.
Because he's a snoot.
You don't want him to sneak in under the radar.
Exactly. Well, that's happened. I can't lose track.
The Heiser House Hooligan says heading to Acorns for a round today.
Ooh, nice.
There you go.
Waterloo.
Let us know
golf
where
capital of Southern Illinois.
Let us know where you're headed for your golf outings today and whether or not you got a new remote over the weekend. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is the email. We'll do the Design Air email today. End of this hour, 10 o'clock hour here. It's Team A brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. I'm a
It's a
lovely
banger.
boy. Is that what he was singing?
Uh-huh.
I'm a lovely boy.
Lonely.
Lonely boy. I thought it said I'm a lovely boy.
Lovely and lonely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lovely boy. Black Keys.
I thought you were a sweaty boy.
I was a sweaty boy on
Jackson,
Friday.
a
Good
sweaty
Lord.
boy.
It was so hot on Friday.
Lovely boy.
Oh, man. I was sweating bad.
Well, you toughed it out and you got through your 18 holes.
I sure did.
And what'd you shoot?
82?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad day.
Not bad. Good for you. I like the headlines when we look at the dossier, the Stiefel dossier. The headline, "Loyal to the Doyle" is one of the headlines. It was pretty cool that Tony Vitello, DeSmet guy, was on the desk when the picks were being made, and then the Cardinals' 5th overall take Liam Doyle out of Tennessee, where Tony Vitello is the head coach.
What a phenomenal kid to be around, and I think he's got a bright future on the mound. And here's one reason why. Last year, when he was pitching at Mississippi, he would often just kind of beat himself. Guys wouldn't really get to him. He would run out of steam because he was flat out of shape, and also he'd run out of pitches, and then you're throwing me off my game here, which is not very good. But he would run out of pitches because he didn't throw enough strikes. This year, he loses 19 pounds of body fat. Wow. Gets to work, gets in shape, throws a ton of strikes. Two of the things that showed up this year, oftentimes other teams had his grips, just like in pro ball. Guys will look for that stuff. And then the other thing was, again, that Boston strong spilled over into a little too strong sometimes. As he continues to evolve and mature, eventually hitters are just going to have to flat out beat Liam Doyle, and that is not going to be very easy to do because he's got phenomenal stuff and is an unreal competitor.
How did you get him, what was the conversation to get him in shape?
Quentin Eberhardt was our guy, and if you would have saw August and September when they first report to school, you would have thought this kid may transfer out of this place. It's not going to work. But he bowed up, just like he bowed up here, just a little too much. He bowed up to our strength coach, and Q and he now are best of friends because of the conditioning level that Liam's in, and he had to work for it. It's a great story for kids that are out there. Everybody's got something to work at, and he, again, even though he was a good pitcher, he attacked his weaknesses, and he elevated his status.
What a great answer.
Yeah.
Boy, Tony Vitello, if he doesn't want to be a coach, he could be an analyst.
You like that? Well, good for you, because Tony Vitello will be on BK and Ferrario at 1 o'clock.
Nice.
Talking about Liam Doyle and Tanner Franklin, the other pitcher they got from
Tony Vitello's dad, Greg, was the legendary DeSmet soccer and baseball coach. And then Tony having success at Tennessee, his pitcher now headed to the Cardinals, 5th overall. Here's Liam Doyle also explaining, I think what he said, you can see it right there. They were watching video play out on the broadcast, how he would bow up. He said, I think Liam Doyle likes to bark at the hitters, maybe use a salty word or two. And
that won't go over real well in the major leagues.
The context was Batter took a timeout, late timeout, and I don't think he liked it. And I believe he might have said "you're effed" to the batter. This is Liam Doyle retelling the exact same story.
We don't need that language here.
Did you actually say "you're to the hitter"?
I might have said that because I feel like that's what he was. To be honest, I feel like they would have taken the time out if he wasn't in trouble. But yeah, I had a lot of confidence going in. My fastball was definitely working as good as it has all season that night, and I don't like necessarily when offensive timeouts. I know it's part of the game now, and I know even my own school does it sometimes. But as a pitcher, you're in the competitive moment. I feel like it doesn't really do anything but just take up more time. It's not going to throw me off of my game. It's not going to do anything like that. It's just going to maybe even piss me off even more. So I don't know why they always do that, but I feel like I find myself in that moment a lot, and in a regional game closing out, I was feeling really good that night. I sent like 98, 99. Yeah, I didn't think the hitter had a chance, so I told him that.
Oh, wow, I like that. Yeah, great attitude. Boy, it's also a lesson. I don't know how much the 5th overall pick will get. A couple million, probably. Mm-hmm. A lesson in what you can...
signing bonus or something. Probably in the 7 or 8.
But what you can do with just some serious working out in the gym.
Yeah.
I mean, as his coach said, he went from a guy he thought he might transfer to the 5th overall pick and a multimillionaire just by getting in the gym, losing 19 pounds and getting in great shape.
Yep. Especially in a sport like baseball where you wouldn't necessarily think. It's like, well, if you can still pitch, doesn't matter. But endurance, especially if he's going to be a starter, and if you draft a guy 5th overall, you're hoping he's going to be a starter, not a bullpen arm.
But to say that change that he made changed his life is be a huge understatement.
Yeah. Yeah,
and he's
you're
basically
right.
taken care of for life now.
Yeah, and you're right. It's a great lesson.
Yeah.
Was that Abelin interviewing you? Who's that? And the interviewer. So this was not on the Cardinals.
No, this
Zoom.
was courtesy of Pitching Ninja.
Okay,
TikTok.
so this may have been that Rob Friedman or somebody that works with him that asked. But I like how he asked him. Did you really say you're? Didn't it sound like Jeff Abelin?
Yeah. Did you actually say you're to the hitter?
Didn't that sound like Abelin?
Yeah. You wonder how many other players there are out there that could have the tools to reach that level if they would just work harder. There's probably quite a few.
Pulled himself up by the bootstraps. Mm-hmm. Pushed himself away from the table, Doug.
Here,
Lost
a
the
gentleman
weight.
enjoys a dry rub once in a while.
That's Jeff Abelin.
That's Jeff Abelin, friend of the show.
Bang, gotcha.
Little Bearcats, we need that kind of fire on this roster ASAP.
They do need some fire on the roster. I mean, some of it's just...
Hey, Wilson Contreras took a ball and chucked it into the second
I like that.
deck.
Some is just bluster, but they do need it seems like they do need somebody with some fire in their belly. They got a lot of nice guys. Pleasant gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Did Martin hear that story about losing 20 pounds and improving your stock leaps and bounds? Those sweater vests will look extra sharp then, fellas. I wouldn't mind dropping 20 pounds.
Go to hell.
Oh.
Russo didn't appreciate it. It's all right. Work ethic beats talent more often than not.
Well, that's
from the 314.
The old adage is,
as long as you got some talent to begin with.
Right. Hard work beats talent when talent refuses to work hard.
I don't know. That sounds like a scrappy B-fibber there.
Yeah, that's...
it's hard to top talent.
Yeah, when you're really talented.
Now, you think of like Holiday's kids, perfect example. And I think Mom Leslie was an athlete too. And so those kids, great genes, but also are fielding ground balls, hitting. They have the opportunity for sure.
Both. They got
but
both.
Ethan, Jackson, you still got to get in the cage. You still got to put the glove on and field ground. But you can't just say, yeah, my mom and dad are talented, so I'm going to be a great player. It's both. That's when you nail it, when you're got talent and a work ethic.
Who's some of your favorite brother pairings in the world of sports?
We always had George and Ken Brett. Are you clearing the deck off the top of your head?
Just throwing it out there.
Clearing the deck.
Just throwing it out there. Who's some of your favorite brothers?
The Alous they had a trio of Alous.
Felipe, Matty, and Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a little before my time.
Hank Aaron had a brother who played a little bit, Tommy Aaron. There was
it's kind of hard to be Hank Aaron's brother.
I think there was 3 Boyer brothers that made it.
I'm always interested in brothers who play different sports.
Oh.
Like Klay Thompson's brother played for the Dodgers, maybe still plays with the Dodgers, and Klay obviously.
That's pretty rare, I think,
yeah,
sports.
Right.
Usually they stay in the family biz.
Yeah. Right. But I always find that interesting.
I don't know that I could come up with another one.
There was Buddy Bell and Gus Bell.
3 generations
David
of Bells.
Bell. Those are like the Boones. The Bells, the Boones, like the Holidays, multi-generation players. But Ken Brett, George Brett, Bob Forsch. Was it Ken Forsch was the other brother?
Yeah.
A couple of Forsches.
Gaylord and Jim Perry were both good pitchers.
The Molinas, hello.
Ozzie and Jose Canseco.
Yeah, twins. One a superstar and the other just barely clinging to make it. That's weird. Isn't it crazy how that would turn out? Where one would be one of the best players of his time and the other was just kind of a fringe player.
And what if the other one just worked his tail up but just didn't have the talent? Guys, we almost got Holiday 1 pick away. Matt Holiday did say last week that the Rockies indicated if Ethan were there at number 4, they would take him. But that would have been kind of a fun pick for the Cardinals, too, at number 5.
And he's built like Matt, too.
Bigger.
He's a guy who might be a huge hitter someday for power.
Before I could even spit out, Molina brothers, maybe you ingrates.
Hey.
We did mention that. We did mention that.
I like that.
Ingrates.
We're ingrateful.
Favorite brother combo. Now, the hockey people went, what about the Sutter brothers?
Yeah.
Well, there's 6 of them, 6 that played in the league. There was Brent, Dwayne, Daryl, Brian, Richie, Ronnie. 6 Sutter brothers. 6 that played
amazing.
in the NHL.
Yeah. That's insane.
God, I hope there wasn't a 7th brother that just drank too much. Just sat at the
He's playing video games.
fallen log in up in Saskatchewan somewhere. Gosh. We'll take your famous Sporting Brothers text. On
Necros. Joe and Phil Necro.
Pretty talented combo there. That's pretty
Dizzy
good.
Dean and Daffy Dean.
The Dean, yeah.
Obviously the Mannings, and now they're...
Yeah, Doug's in the man. The Ripkins. Wow. The Kicking Grammaticas. The Martine
and the
Gramatica.
Gogolax.
Oh, and Bill. That's
Please
right.
don't forget the Gogolax.
The Sundin sisters. I think that's what Chaser used to call them before you could get canceled for saying stuff like that. Vancouver. Great down the text line, as well as plenty of topics for you to chew on. There's the Angel Hair Pasta take by Jackson. We had a lot of fireworks discussion early. Grown-Ups 2. Doug is sideways with the movie Grown-Ups 2.
Oh, yeah.
We've had our first half
goodness.
Cardinal breakdown.
Real sideways.
Rarely do I see, because there's a lot of bad stuff on TV,
For
rarely
sure.
do you see something so upsetting that you can't let it go. I think it's because there were so many big-time hysterical people in the movie, and it's just horrific. It's just terrible.
It seemed like it really ruined your... Well, at one point, do you just stop it? And say,
I couldn't. I wanted to. I couldn't. I said, how bad can this get?
Well, if you couldn't stop watching, maybe it wasn't half bad.
It was horrible, trust me. It was disappointing in that the comedy was so beneath the people doing it.
Yeah. Well, Sandler gets goofy all the time.
I know, but this was just stupid goofy.
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie Basketball, but Costas has said that everything since then has been to make up for the fact he appeared in Basketball.
Yeah, I'm not a favorite of mine. I was never into basketball. Dodgeball, and that's a sports comedy that you can set your watch to.
Throwing wrenches?
Yeah, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
What about Dom DiMaggio?
Oh, yeah.
Greg and Mike Maddox. The
There's a lot of
Watts.
them.
The
Yeah.
Kelseys. NFL brothers.
There's a ton.
Interesting one, brother-sister, Reggie and Cheryl Miller. Both high-level basketball players.
Great call.
There was an older Sutter that didn't play in the NHL. I didn't know that.
Ooh, Dennis Rodman's daughter, Trinity.
Great at soccer.
U.S. women's national team. Obviously, her father, Dennis.
Be kind of like being Cooper Manning.
Yes. Well,
the older brother.
Yeah.
But now he
And
needs
seeing all his
Arch to
younger
make
brothers.
it so he can say, you will make it. There's a lot of great. So yeah, Peyton and the other. We did say the Mannings. What about the Espositos, hockey friends?
Oh, yeah, Phil and Tony.
The Gasol brothers, Mark and Powell.
Wow. Always back to the NBA.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't it be?
How about the Shin brothers?
Yeah. Local.
Yeah, Braden and Luke.
Okay, I guess we're out now. It's all of them.
No, they're the Williams sisters, tennis.
Sure.
They didn't say you boobs, you morons, but I think it's kind of implied.
Yeah.
Ingrates.
Ingrates. They were ungrateful that the Williams brothers came through.
I think Dennis Hull played, right?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he was a good player. Not as good as Bobby, but he was good.
What about the Bennis brothers?
Oh,
Former
gosh, yeah,
Cardinals,
3 of them.
Alan and Andy.
And there was another one, too.
Drew Bennis.
Yeah.
We'll take your ingrates comments on the text line. The Stahl brothers in the NHL. Is it Eric and Jordan, maybe?
Yeah.
And here's one that we may have wanted to mention at some point. The Kachucks, Matthew and Brady.
Oh, yeah.
And then their father, yeah.
We are
When I
boobs.
asked your favorite, I didn't say name all
No,
of
you
them.
didn't say we have to the entire laundry list?
No.
But favorites, yeah.
No, I meant, no.
Okay, that's fair.
But we got them all covered at this point.
I think
there's
at this
none
point,
that we didn't mention.
No, the Alomar brothers are going to
Oh, gosh.
You know what they can get you covered? And Tim will tell you over at Mentality, and he'll tell you about that right now.
Willie?
Our friends over at Mentality.
If you are waking up and feeling sluggish, if you are feeling just like you're not yourself and you can't figure out what's going on, maybe you've been putting on weight even though you haven't really changed your eating habits, or you've been working out and you still got a bunch of belly fat, these are symptoms of low testosterone. Well, Mentality can help you out. I have been tested at Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. That's what they do at Mentality, and the results can allow energy to come running back and belly fat burning off and muscle strengthening. It's Mentality. Online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access.
Leon and Michael Spinks, the Plager brothers.
Oh, gosh.
Don't forget the McKernans.
Oh, yeah. Bosh, out to Allen. Bang.
Lil Burkett, I don't know if Tim has siblings, but he qualifies because he's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
His brother Kevin's thanked at every
Can't
end
get
of the
much out of the
program.
gong today.
Matthew and Pio Joseph, the Kachucks. Guys, if you're just going to name brothers, could I give a shout out to my brother Michael? My brothers, Michael, Scott, and Jim. We're not famous. We're all kind of delinquents, to be honest.
Well, then you can't give a
from the
shout
3 and
out.
4. Okay.
Delinquent. How about
Cavallini
delinquent brothers? The James brothers, Jesse James, the James gang.
Yeah.
Doug and Mo Vaughn. There you go.
Yeah.
Spinks brothers, morons.
Gosh.
Again, Jackson's question was, name your favorite.
Yeah, who's like your favorite? Like somebody like, oh man,
It didn't say name
And now
everyone
it's
that's ever played.
now it's
entire audit.
now we're idiots because we didn't name every single
There's
brother.
an entire
combo.
audit now of everyone. You know, you got the city goalie, Roman Berkey, and his brother, Steve.
That'd be one named Roman, one named Steve.
What about the stats names?
Okay.
More votes for Leon and Michael Spinks.
Frank and Peter Mahavlich, sure.
Now would be ideal time for the Tiki drop because of Tiki and Rondé Barber.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
That would be a Francesa vehicle.
Hold on. Hold
Okay.
the line. Hold the line. It's not. This is just. I'm not like a.
Brooks and Frank Robinson. Not related.
No.
Thanks for playing.
Hold on.
Willie and Tommy Davis were not brothers.
Okay.
But, Tiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
What kind of a question is that?
A very direct one.
Did he have a beef with the guy or something?
How did Tiki answer it? Do we have the answer?
Yeah.
Oh, dear God.
Mike, your question is leading. And, you know, a lot of people will say that you don't do a good job at what you do because you badger your viewers, your listeners. You badger your interviewers.
Tiki, that's ridiculous. That's subjective. I have a tremendously successful broadcasting career for a quarter of a century.
Okay.
That's
Not
he
the
didn't
greatest
say you
way to
weren't
start.
successful. He just said you badger your listeners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gosh, would you even have hung on to the phone to continue the interview with that kind of
Tiki,
intro?
You'd be like, geez, that's rude. The Weavers, Jeff and Jared Weaver.
Sure.
You have the Wallace brothers.
Of course.
From Arnold.
We know that there's a
Rusty
lot of
and
brothers out there.
Rusty, Mike, Kenny.
Oh my God.
Guys, the Stalls have 3 brothers. Okay.
What was the name of the brothers in
Well, Harrison's
Slapshot?
brother, Master.
What was the Hanson brothers?
brothers.
Yeah, those are my favorite. That's my answer.
What about Contreras, William and Wilson?
Absolutely.
Oh, we forgot. You ingrate.
Do you guys want me to see if BK and Ferrari want to push back to noon so you can keep going?
So we just
What
need
about
to complete the
Steven and
list.
JD Drew?
We forgot them. Oh,
Gosh. What
gosh.
Oh, the Currys, Steph and Seth. And then by association, Austin Rivers, who married Doc Rivers' daughter, and now his brother-in-law is with Steph and Seth. And Doc Rivers, his coach. It's all kind of going around.
Chris and Kyle Long.
I'm sorry.
Forgot that too.
Hold on. I got
How about
to
the
back that
Kelsey
up. I got to back
brothers?
that up because I messed that up. Seth Curry married Doc Rivers' daughter.
Yeah, he was already related to Doc.
Yes, and then now Austin Rivers is related with the Currys.
Okay.
And then Tom Crean married a Harbaugh.
Yeah, Jim and John Harbaugh are his brothers-in-law.
There you go.
And those are brothers that both coached.
Yeah.
Jim played. John did not, I don't think.
Well, now we're going to have to get that.
In the NFL?
We're going to
Did
have to
John
get
Harbaugh
onto the
play in
bottom of
the
that. Kurt is taking off his glasses.
I don't know. I don't know.
Craig and Peter Brady. Okay, I think we've lost control.
No, that was the plan for the 10 o'clock hour.
Was it? That was clearing
just to
the deck.
Bubba Gump some names. Of,
We never said Bob and Terry Labonte.
Khalil
NASCAR
and Trent
drivers.
Green. Not
Khalil Green was Trent
not
Green's
related.
brother. I
Al
think it's spelled
Unser and
differently.
Bobby Unser.
Related. This is true.
God, this is
Okay.
exhausting.
All right, we got a break.
All right, designer email today is next.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. It's just in from John Denton. With the first draft choice of round 4 of the MLB draft, the Cardinals are selecting Oklahoma University's left-handed pitcher Cade Crossland with the number 120 overall pick. Day 2 of the MLB draft is underway. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Team A, we're right here on this Monday, winding down. Tim's back tomorrow. BK Ferrario coming at 11 o'clock. Brad Thompson was on the show talking Cardinals and rain delays. We had Chris Kerber in studio. You can check all of that out if you missed it on the podcast. But this show always closes out with a little thing called the Design Air email of the day.
All right, here we go. Ever heard of Brian Sutter and his brothers?
Okay.
Ass?
Gosh.
That's from Dan Beal.
Stop with the name calling, Dan Beal.
Somebody said you're not ingrates. You are morons.
Dan Beal.
Hello, B-Team. It's a great day because the listeners get Tim tomorrow, and it'll be a pony show. I do have an apology to make. I will back it up to yesterday for context. I attended my first doggy game yesterday, and the experience was great. Firstly, 20 minutes in, I can only assume that Jackson's doppelganger showed up wearing a blue Adidas athletic shirt with the tag still on. I gave him a pass on that one because what happened next was unbelievable. At the 30-minute mark, the Papers lookalike decided to come back with concessions and complains about it and throws away. I kid you not, he pulls out his phone and types in, "How long are MLS soccer games?" I turned my whole face to mask the tears streaming down my face and what could only be described as convulsions I was experiencing. I knew he knew I was laughing at him but couldn't stop. The fine people of Festus, I apologize. I've been hard on you. I will happily take your fatness, laziness, and sweat over this Jackie lookalike. I was able to ask for a huge plate on lard-filled nachos just for you guys, LOL. Thanks. That's from Average Size Sheboygas.
Average size Sheboygas.
I think Sheboygas.
Sheboygas.
Not to be confused with Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Average size Sheboygas.
Peace and love, peace and love. Couldn't listen to the show this morning, but I agree with what Martin said in the 7 o'clock hour. The 2011 Rams offseason free agent class of Mike Sims-Walker, Jarius Norwood, and Cadillac Williams was a nice cap tip to the...
I didn't say that.
It was a nice cap tip to the 590 the had, let it be awful era. If you think about
Let it be awful era.
A class like that does really fit the profile of a team who used to hold training camp next to a nuclear waste pile and directly in the flight pattern of a half-ass, half-open airport with a baggage claim that can be described as a jump ball at best. Anyone else remember when we were supposed to be excited that Rob Ryan was spotted at the gas Donald's next to Rams Park, only to resign from the position immediately? Must have overheard this show's producer giving station management the who's who and what's what over T-shirts. Anyways, hope you guys are locked into SEC Media Days this week. Personally, I wish Hubbard would have given Doug a press pass so he could ask Josh Heupel to bend over and show him that ass that looks like a pillowcase of nickels.
Oh.
That's from Fight Pug Al in Dadeville.
Al in Dadeville.
And finally, Tim can't come back soon enough. In our savior's absence, the sports world is crumbling around us, and the whole world, I'm sure, will soon follow. The Blues take all the goodwill they've built up, and I fear the Cardinals will do the same. Someone should check and see if Mo can actually fire Joe Buck from the elusive fundraiser, because if he can, I'm sure he'll try. The Cardinals ace has gone from throwing a Maddox to only being able to pitch 5 innings, make that 3 innings, and needing 13 days of rest in between starts. LeBron can't even get invited to dinner. Rory blows a lead. To show how crazy things are, our soccer team actually won a game this weekend. Y'all have done a great job shouldering the load, but without our big toe, I fear the end of times. Viva la Tim! That's Dan from St. Louis.
Dan from St. Louis.
And that's what we got for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
Well, I enjoyed an email by a fellow named Al in Dadeville.
Alan
calling the baggage at Lambert a jump ball.
I wrote down
jump ball,
and then he also said the gas Donald's, because there was a McDonald's built into the gas station directly across from Rams Park. So I will side with Doug and also vote for Al in Dadeville.
My vote too is Al in Dadeville.
There you go.
Picks himself up a W. It's going to do it for us today,
Take
boys.
The W. Great job, Jackie.
Hey, great job to all of you. Tim back tomorrow. What a fun time. That's going to do it for the Morning After here on 101 ESPN, and it's presented to you by Brian Krupp, and BK and Ferrari are coming up at the top of the hour.